races that affect us, as well as the national ones. On my upcoming show, we will discuss the election results. Did Harris win? Did the Democrats retake the House and keep the Senate? Did the Democrats keep control of the Minnesota legislature? What will be the effects of these results on you? Tune into Politics Matters with Bruce Klopfleisch, Sunday at 5 p.m. to find out.
This is Andy Otto, your host of Twin Cities Pride Amplified, inviting you to join us this Saturday at 3 p.m. as we get to know Arnold Dahl Woolley, a member of the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe, who is also a Two-Spirit educator and activist. We'll chat with Arnold about the great work he's doing in building community in the Bemidji area, including the opening of a new community space. That's this Saturday at 3 p.m., right here on AM950, the progressive voice of Minnesota.
The future of car shopping is here right now at Rudy Luther Toyota with Luther Direct. It's car shopping without ever leaving your home. Go to rudyluthertoyota.com and click on the Luther Direct button. Choose any vehicle in Rudy Luther Toyota's current inventory, either new or certified pre-owned. Then find out your trade-in's value, review a payment plan you qualify for and customize it, and then set up a time for Rudy Luther to drop off your new vehicle and pick up your trade-in. It's that simple. Your new vehicle without any of the hassle. Check out Luther Direct today at rudyluthertoyota.com.
With your AM950 weather, I'm Brett Johnson. Look for partly cloudy skies tonight with a low around 36, Wednesday cloudy with a high near 48, and Thursday sunny with a high near 49. Craving fresh gourmet food? Cafe Latte's got you covered with award-winning salads, sandwiches, and soups. Plus, their pizza and wine bar and bakery offers endless options. Stop by Cafe Latte located off Victoria and Grand, or find more at cafelatte.com. That's cafelatte.com.
Portions of the following program may be pre-recorded.
AM950, the progressive voice of Minnesota. The election night coverage begins right here on AM950. Hi, I'm Matt McNeil. Good to be with you here for the next 2 hours. We are here as a station here at least till 11 o'clock tonight, giving you results as they come in. As of course, we are already starting to see some results. We've got a lot to get to over the next few hours. So thank you very much. I really appreciate you guys spending some time with us tonight. And hopefully we're going to see a nice Democratic win here. Hopefully Kamala Harris pulls this out. I will say a bunch of states have been called. And right now, currently Trump has a lead, but this is kind of how it always goes because there's a lot of Republican states that generally, that traditionally Republican, bankable states that they can call that get called early. So currently the electoral college count is 90-27 for Trump, but we are still keeping an eye on some things. Now, one of the things I find very interesting is I'm going to, before we get into, we're going to do some election central. I'm going to prep that here for you in just a second. But one of the things that it's hard because our polls don't close till 8. We're sitting here on the sidelines watching. So what are we looking for? Indiana got called for Trump, but one of the things that is showing up there is that in Indiana, they basically, Harris closed those margins pretty dramatically. And in a state like North Carolina, will that play in there? Once again, North Carolina, horrifically bad governor candidate there. And that's going to weigh down the ticket. We'll have to see what happens there. Pennsylvania as well. The fact that Trump is already screaming about Pennsylvania leads me to believe that they're seeing a lot of numbers that are showing that Pennsylvania is probably going to go for Harris. So we're keeping an eye on those states. Georgia right now is leaning in towards the Trump camp, but once again, it's only 36% of the votes in. We'll have to see. Obviously, Fulton County is a big part of that, and usually the metro areas are sometimes the last ones to get reported in. Minnesota polls close here at coming up here at 8 o'clock tonight. So we'll have some information there. Got a lot of guests coming in. As a matter of fact, just in a little bit here, Jeff Stein's going to join us from Iowa. We'll talk a little bit about some of the early results as well as that Iowa poll and how much should we hang our hat on that. And then as well, coming up this hour, Cliff Schechter is going to join us. We're going to be talking to him about some of the national numbers and as they are coming on in here, his thoughts on that. Throughout the evening, we are going to be going over to what we're calling Election Central. We have our crew over there. We got Greg Bakken. We've got Brett. Brett is here. Brett Johnson's here, as well as also a little bit later on, Bruce Klopfleisch is going to be here as well. Let's go over to Election Central and just get an update from them on anything that's coming on in. Guys, you are there?
How are you doing tonight, Matt?
Well, Greg.
So right now, what we're going to be doing tonight with Election Central is obviously we're going to go kind of from a national level down to a local level. So obviously what we're going to be following up on will be the presidential race. And AP has reported, and it's interesting because we're looking at a number of different sources. For example, CNN is reporting the presidential numbers that you have given. AP is reporting 95 for electoral votes for Donald Trump and 35 for Kamala Harris. I haven't had a chance to see where the discrepancy is between the number, which states that AP is calling, but that is something that we're going to be obviously looking into and just make sure that we're getting the right numbers and everything for everybody. From there, we're going to, over the course of the evening, we're going to be looking at a few key U.S. Senate races. We're going to be looking, obviously, at the Klobuchar versus Royce White race, as well as Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania. As time goes on, we're going to be looking at Arizona, Nevada, and other states as well, including Nebraska. We're also going to be looking at some key U.S. House races over the course of the evening, including Congressional District 2 with incumbent Angie Craig versus Joe Tirab. And then we're going to be looking at some Minnesota State Senate races as well. And from there, we're going to also look at just some House races, some of the key Democratic-controlled seats, the Republican-controlled seats, as well as some Minnesota House races with Native American impacts as well. So it's going to be a busy night, Matt, for sure.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We'll check back in with you a little bit later on this hour.
Sounds good.
Once again, these early votes are coming on in. And once again, I'm looking at the AP one you just mentioned here. 95-35 is what they've got there. My guess is the extra votes on both of them are some of the smaller states that have come on in so far. As a matter of fact, yeah, we can throw into the Democratic camp, Connecticut, Rhode Island. They've now been picked there. But we're keeping an eye on. I mean, really, this comes down to a math problem. Is that if, for Trump to win, he basically needs to take every swing state that is out there that was listed as it, which were Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. Those are the states. He has to basically take all of them, or at least 6 of them. If the Democrats start racketing those up, and the fact that Pennsylvania, he's already blustering about Pennsylvania, that's a bad sign for him. That's a big chunk right there. North Carolina as well. That's another one we're going to be watching as for a while here. And it's as you heard in the national news at the top there, a lot of this depends on these metro areas of the votes coming out. And that's what you're hearing the lines in metro areas, in the suburbs and the exurbs are very long comparatively. So we'll see how things are going. I believe next up is going to be in about a half hour. Arkansas will close. And then coming up at the top of the hour, a lot of other states close. And we'll see these numbers start to try to solidify. And once again, all eyes are on these swing states as well as the other states and the local races too. So a lot to get to tonight. Breathe. Hopefully this goes the way I think it's going to go. And I think Kamala Harris is going to win. We'll see how it goes there. But it all comes down to ground game and turnout on election day, and so far things are looking pretty good. We're going to take a break. When we come on back, Jeff Stein's going to join us. We are going to talk with him about Iowa as well as some of the early results that have come on in. It is election night coverage right here on AM 950. Hi everyone, Matt McNeil here. Join me on Wednesday's edition of the Matt McNeil Show. Full breakdown of the election results, national races, statewide races, we'll have it all. Jeff Stein will join us. He'll give us his thoughts on the national races, and we'll talk with you as well. 952-946-6205. 952-946-6205 is the phone number. 3 to 5 on your Wednesday afternoon. It's the Matt McNeil Show right here on the Progressive Voice of Minnesota, AM 950.
Seward Co-op, serving the community for over 50 years, invites you to shop their 2 convenient locations. Seward Co-op stores are committed to local producers and food you can feel good about serving your family and guests. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal from Seward. Local free-range Ferndale turkeys, handcrafted, traditional, vegetarian, vegan, and made without gluten sides. Perfect for everyone at your Thanksgiving gathering. Find Seward at 2823 East Franklin Avenue or the Friendship Store, 38th Street and 3rd Avenue in Minneapolis. More at seward.coop.
Hi, I'm Scott Shambot from Shambot Family Dentistry. We're the fear-free, shame-free dental office. We know dental anxiety and dental phobia are real. We'll take the time to get to know you and give you what you need to be comfortable at all times. We offer free nitrous oxide laughing gas and have high-tech options to help you feel calm and relaxed during your appointments. We'll help you get through every appointment in the most pain-free way possible. If you're having a dental emergency, we'll try and get you in the same day you call because we don't like to see anyone in pain. As my daughter Rachel says,
if you don't see my dad, please see another dentist. Take care of your teeth because they're the only ones you get.
This is Chad, owner of AM950. I've been going to Shambot Family Dentistry for years. They get me in last minute when I'm in pain and make regular checkups easy and comfortable.
Shambot Family Dentistry in Hopkins and St. Paul. Find them online at shamblotfamilydentistry.com or call 1-800-FIX-MY-TEETH.
Hey, it's Robert Pilot, host of Native Roots Radio Presents I'm Awake. Tomorrow, join us at 5 for our post-election show. We'll dive deep in what happened at the polls and look at how some of our Native candidates fared on both the national and state levels. Native Roots Radio is where we cover Native American news and issues that impact us all, because Native issues are human issues and human issues are Native issues. That's our post-election show tomorrow at 5 p.m.
Turn to Auto Technical with your vehicle donation. We have families waiting for a car. You know, over 85% of unemployed are successful in finding and keeping a job if they have dependable transportation. A car plus a job equals a life changed. 612-919-5526. We have families waiting for a car. 919-5526 or autotech.org.
It is AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota. Matt McNeil with election night coverage here as we are looking to give you an idea of what is going on right now. Once again, the states we're really paying attention to, the swing states we're really paying attention to are all really early in the counting. And so it's kind of one of those things where we're keeping an eye on them to see where things are at with that. So yeah, and once again, it's really shocking to see a blue Kansas. I don't know whose map that is, but that's a little bit odd. Jeff Stein is our national and presidential expert during the regular week. Of course, he is, an author of many books. You can find him at your favorite book retailer. And of course, he's kind enough to join us once again on election night for election night coverage. Hey, Jeff, how are you?
Matthew, I am nervous because I don't think we know what's going to happen tonight, do we?
I don't think we have any dang idea. I mean, it comes down to the metro areas of North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada. If those, I mean, we're hearing numbers of really large turnout. And then the other question is, and I don't know how much you've heard about this, the question was that Republicans had pretty good early vote turnout, but was it new voters or it was just displacing voters from Election Day into early voting? And the reality is it seems like in some of these places, especially specifically in Pennsylvania, that actually seems what the case might be. It looks like it might have just displaced some of the Election Day votes, and it didn't really necessarily bring in any new votes, which will be interesting to see how that plays out as well.
You know, I have posed that very issue to a number of Republicans, both national and at the state level where I am in Iowa, saying it's a two-step process, right? If you're going to ramp up the early voting, that is supposed to free you to find new voters for Election Day, grow the pool. Okay, fine, you got the first step, getting all of the party faithful to vote early. What are you doing to make sure that you're growing the pool? And their answers were very sketchy and not terribly satisfactory. Democrats have done this long enough that they've gotten the party faithful to vote early, and then they have time to focus on the rest. The machine has, functions, in other words, and machine's not a bad thing. They just have a good operating machine. This is the first time that the Republicans have done it because their candidate 4 years ago said, whatever you do, don't vote early. And so it remains to be seen if they've figured out the game and been able to have the second step of this two-step process. I'm not convinced they have.
I want to ask you specifically because you're in Iowa, the Ann Seltzer poll that came on out, which basically, first of all, I mean, this was a poll no one was expecting.
Right.
It's kind of the gold standard in polling, especially in Iowa. And the poll came out with Harris ahead in Iowa by 3 points. First of all, talk a little bit about that. I mean, is that something that do you believe that she might be wrong, or is this, considering her track record, is she seeing something other people just hadn't been seeing yet?
Her polling and track record is very good. However, she has pretty consistently failed to fully capture the Trump vote. She undersold the Trump vote for the caucuses this year. Her poll 4 years ago had Biden winning the poll within the margin of error, and then Trump won the general. So I think there is an issue with the sponsors of the poll, the Des Moines Register, and a blood feud that the Republican Party of Iowa has with the Register. In other words, I'm not saying the poll is wrong. I'm just not sure that she's getting the Trump voters to participate. In other words, they may hear, hello, I'm here from the Des Moines Register Iowa poll, click, and off you go. So it is an outlier based on other polls. I think she has had a hard time grasping the Trump votes. But let me tell you, Matthew, it was a wake-up call to people, because the first inclination is for people to say, well, that can't be. Well, you're either saying that she's wrong, which doesn't happen that often, or you took the place for granted. And I'll tell you, the Trump campaign closed its Iowa office, moved everybody to Omaha so they could get that precious one electoral vote in Nebraska. There's no ground game. And it's going to be kind of interesting if that poll bears out. I still think Trump will win Iowa, but if the poll is accurate and Harris comes back to win, that's a complete misstep and taking this state for granted on the Trump campaign's part. And that's going to hurt Republicans up and down the line in this state.
Well, and the Republicans' argument was, well, we have Trump up by 5, but even that was a pretty drastic improvement over the how the Democrats have fared in the state. Even in their rebuttal, there seemed to be some acknowledgement that Harris had made some headway in the state. And it does sound like of the 4 House congressional seats there, 2 of them likely will go Democrat. Is that correct as well?
I'm not sure I go as far as to say likely, but very possible, because of the fact that the Democrats at the state level, and by that I mean state House and Senate, but also congressional candidates, they have hit on school funding, they've hit on area education agency funding, and abortion. Those 3 issues. And it is really, I think, the uniformity of message has made a big, big difference. That and a truckload of money. I mean, this is Matt McNeil's salary type money.
Oh, wow.
that they're bringing in, the Democrats, to take on these 2 Republican incumbents. One is a first-term representative, so he's seeking his second term. You're always most vulnerable then. The other, if you'll recall, she won her first term in 2020 by 6 votes is all. And today is a rematch from 2 years ago. So you've got a lot of stuff churning in the southern half of the state, and Harris may very well be the beneficiary of that, because again, those are the biggest races we have. We don't have any statewide races this year. These congressional races are as high on the ticket as you get, other than the national office. And I think that there may be, instead of a coattail effect from Harris, these congressional candidates may be lifting her up in Iowa.
I have no problem admitting I'm wrong. Florida was called fairly quickly. There are some people that are kind of doing analysis, and they're saying when COVID happened, you had a lot of MAGA America move down there, which is actually not good for other states for Republicans, but
Right.
that was the case. The fact that they were able to call that fairly quickly, I don't know. Do you feel that? I thought that they had a little bit more of a better ground game there. They had that constitutional amendment for to enshrine abortion rights into the state. That still has yet to be decided. They still have yet to release any of the information about that or the Senate race that's down there. But the fact that they're so quickly called this for Trump, what's your thoughts on that for Florida?
Well, I see the weed amendment has already failed. Rick Scott has opened up enough of a lead. I'm a bit surprised by that, but he's opened up a bit of a lead. So I suppose in that respect, it's not a huge surprise. Yeah, I was mildly surprised that it went for Trump this early. And this is one of those things that can go either way when you've got the constitutional amendments, whether it's for weed or abortion. It could really help if motivated voters on those issues show up. Because that can affect, and you and I have talked about this on the daytime program, that can very much affect the presidential race. But it doesn't seem like those cohorts have come out in the strength necessary, and that's a big chunk of electoral votes right there.
Looking at the toss-up states that are out there, the ones, I mean, Trump really does have to run a good chunk of them. And we're still, Georgia, I remember from previous elections, it kind of looks red until it doesn't look red because, it generally, Atlanta comes in late. I don't know North Carolina. This is kind of new territory there. We've talked about the fact that the governor candidate is so bad, it's hurting. And same thing for Arizona. Kerry Lake is a horrible Senate candidate, and that's going to potential to pull that down. The fact that, once again, it just sounds like in the metro areas of North Carolina, there definitely seemed to be a pretty sharp increase in in-person voting as well as the mail-in voting, which once again, considering they're still recovering from the hurricane, I guess I'm not too surprised that the mail-in voting or early voting option became a more popular option there.
No, absolutely. And, they've obviously called North Carolina for Josh Stein pretty early on.
Oh, yeah.
That's, again, not a surprise. But to your point, I mean, obviously, being able to have any semblance of a reasonable vote turnout in a state that was just decimated like that, I think that is going to be the reason why you have bigger day of voting turnout there, just simply because people were focused on other things during an otherwise early voting window. But clearly, if the governor's race has already gone to Stein in North Carolina, Trump was going to get no help from Mark Robinson there.
Yeah. Your thoughts on this as we headed into this week? You cannot deny that Trump over the last 4 or 5 days he just seemed very limited in energy. His message was kind of lost. Harris was coming out strong in regards to, she had a pretty consistent message there. There are some people, including the Daily Beast had an article today that basically said that it's clear that Trump is already expecting to lose tonight, and that his whole game plan is to look forward to the challenging this and trying to get the courts to overturn the election. Your thoughts? Because it really wasn't exactly the week it should have been. It really was kind of wild to watch him half empty stadiums or maybe 2/3 filled stadiums and just no real consistent message.
Well, the fact that Trump does not have a consistent message should not be a surprise after the last 9 years. And that's one of the problems, is lack of discipline. When you adopt on the stump the fact that you're known for the weave, where you go all over the place and you come back to, he was doing that. One of his friends had told him that's what he should call it, where he starts to tell a story from the prompter, then goes off into left field, then to right field, then comes back again. When you take that as a point of pride, that may be entertaining to an audience that's not heard the shtick before. But if you're trying to make a closing argument, it's too rambling. You need to be, especially in this attention deficit issue society, right? We all want it in short bursts. Let's go, get me the bullet points. Well, that the weave doesn't exactly work if you're trying to make that cogent argument to some of these groups who just want to know in a couple of sentences why you're the choice. If you can't deliver that, you're not going to be able to prevail.
It's clear that if Trump really wants to challenge this, that there's a majority of the Republican politicians are going to go along with it. And that means basically throwing out their own state's voters are going to do this. One of the things you and I have talked about is every state's different. And if he has to overturn 2 or 3 states, I mean, it becomes it's really kind of odd that you would see the federal court saying, okay, for this state, this is wrong. This was wrong. This was wrong. Unless they've got evidence, I mean, and strong evidence, and that's always back in 2020, that was the court cases. What evidence do you have? Do you feel as if they have a better chance now that the Supreme Court is definitely on the conservative side?
Well, 2 things. First, I'm seeing that the abortion amendment in Florida may have been officially defeated. I don't know if you have any information on that, but I'm starting to see that bubble up. But to your question, if Trump does not win outright soon, I do not think there will be this big push of Republicans to support him. I don't think they're going to go along. And the reason is, look what happened 4 years ago. And it was one thing for them to go along when he was the incumbent president, but that went nowhere. And if they want to rebuild the party as a post-Trump party, I don't know how many are going to be hanging on. I mean, look, this is a what have you done for me lately business politics. And if Trump can no longer do them any good, he's yesterday's news. And so I really don't think that, again, unless there's something that's just tremendously obvious and flagrant, I think they're going to run from him like people run from me when I walk into a room.
Do you have any thoughts? Are you thinking one way or the other on how this election is? I mean, you mentioned,
No.
you mentioned the other day on Wednesday that this was looking like it was, you felt like Trump might just eke past with a very minimum amount, but nothing's changed, or just you don't have any more confidence in either way?
I have no confidence. No, you're right. When you asked me Wednesday afternoon, I think I said at the time, a few days before that, I thought it would be Trump, but close. I was less sure last Wednesday. I have absolutely no idea. And I say that not as a cop-out. I say that because we've never had this level of early voting. We've never had this level of lines all over the country. So, does it mean that the Republicans grew the pool? Maybe. Does it mean that people who are motivated because of a couple of very key important issues are turning out when they never did before? Maybe. And so this is going to be one of these where we just have to actually let the votes be counted, which is kind of how we always used to do it. But I still don't know why. When you and I were in shorty pants, you could go and you'd flip the lever, you'd hear it clunk in the machine, and Daisy May, the election official, would take the notepad and write down the numbers from the back of the voting booth. It sure seemed to go a lot quicker than with the high tech of today. I know we have more people voting, but I just wish we could take care of this all in the same day if we could do it fairly. And that's not a criticism of any side. It's just, I should have bought stock in the Maalox and Tums company several months ago.
Well, I find it funny because they want to go to bed at paper ballots. It says nothing will slow this down better than a paper ballot we have to hand count. My God, that will take weeks to find out when won this. Jeff, you with me tomorrow on the show?
Well, if you're inviting, I'm showing up.
All right. Jeff Stein will join us on the regular show tomorrow at 3:33 in the afternoon. Jeff Stein, thank you very much, Jeff. I appreciate the time here, extra time with us here on election night. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew.
Take care. Jeff Stein joining us. We will take a break. When we come on back, Cliff Schechter is going to join us. We'll talk to him about some of the national trends and see if we get his thoughts on how things are going so far. It is election night here in America and in Minnesota. Thanks for being with us right here on AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota.
If you have not been to Rainbow Road lately, then you need to check it out. New fall clothing is arriving weekly. You might think of Rainbow Road on Grant Avenue near Loring Park as an underwear, swimwear, and accessories store, but it is also a cool clothing store. Check out rainbow.rd.com. That's rainbow.rd.com.
Turn to Auto Technical with your vehicle donation. Even though Auto Technical is a small nonprofit, we have helped more families with transportation than any organization in Minnesota. Since '94, we have reconditioned donated vehicles so they have a higher tax benefit. Call Richard at 612-919-5526, 612-919-5526, or autotech.org.
Hi, AM950 listeners. This is Bruce Klaufleisch, host of Politics Matters. Thanks for tuning into our election night coverage, your voice in action. Why listen to mainstream media's coverage when you can listen to us key in on the races that affect us, as well as the national ones? On my upcoming show, we will discuss the election results. Did Harris win? Did the Democrats retake the House and keep the Senate? Did the Democrats keep control of the Minnesota legislature? What will be the effects of these results on you? Tune into Politics Matters with Bruce Klaufleisch, Sunday at 5 p.m. to find out.
Hey, it's Patrick. We're headed full speed ahead into the holiday season, so the biggest question facing your home is going to be, is it ready for the holiday season? And if you look around at your carpet, tile, rugs, upholstery, and the answer is no, you need to call my cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Some people hire a deal of the day carpet cleaner to save a little money, but trust shouldn't come that way. Think about it. There is no licensing required to be a professional carpet cleaner. Don't DIY it. Call Zero Res because you know it's safe and effective. The Zero Res Gotta Love It guarantee makes it easy to get what you pay for. Zero Res absolutely stands behind every cleaning, so go ahead and get clean and don't miss this deal. Get back to clean and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take $75 off an air duct cleaning. Call my friends at Zero Res right now at 952-ZERO-RES or go online to ZeroResMinnesota.com and say you want the AM950 special. Backward or forward spells the same. Zero Res.
With your AM950 weather, I'm Brett Johnson. Look for partly cloudy skies tonight with a low around 36, Wednesday cloudy with a high near 48, and Thursday sunny with a high near 49. Grab a tray at Cafe Latte's Cafeteria and select from a wide variety of soups and sandwiches. The bakery has fresh baked bread daily, along with cakes and more. And the Pizza and Wine Bar features gourmet pizzas that pair perfectly with their 30-plus wines by the glass. Located off Victoria and Grand, more at CafeLatte.com.
AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota. It is election night coverage here on AM 950. Good to have you with us tonight. Cliff Schechter is kind enough to join us. Cliff's Edge is the YouTube page. You can find all sorts of great content there. And he's kind enough today to join us to talk about the early the election results. Hey, Cliff, how are we today?
Doing good, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. I mean, I've had some people say, Florida people, the Democrats shouldn't be upset about Florida. Florida was never going to go to the Democrats anyway, because MAGAstan, as one person said. Your thoughts? I mean, the fact that MAGA, not only did Trump win Florida, but the constitutional amendment to enshrine abortion rights failed, as well as the marijuana bill failed as well in Florida.
I mean, that's the abortion rights one is amazing to me.
Yeah.
If anything, that should tell you that it's time to, I mean, I hate to say this, but it's honestly time for us to give up on Florida. I don't mean give up on it like, hey, I don't care anymore. Not even saying we should saw it off like Bugs Bunny did, although it is an attractive idea. But I mean, I was fooled. I was basing, and I did think along the way, maybe I should look more into the changes from 20 to 22. But I just thought 22 was an off weird year because of COVID and whatever. And a lot of the changes that happened in a lot of other parts of the country didn't come to Florida in 22. And it just seems that, DeSantis, Trump living there, DeSantis made it a haven for, COVID rejects, for losers who don't want to get a little shot in their arm because they're scared little babies. And, they moved down there in large numbers. There are anecdotal evidence that more liberal voters moved away to places like North Carolina, frankly, because of some of the policies of DeSantis and Rick Scott and housing insurance, the flooding. I mean, I feel sorry for Democrats there. I'm half tempted to say with the Republicans, like, let them drown. I mean, I don't mean that literally, so don't think but enjoy your home insurance rates to the point where you can't afford to live there anymore because you keep voting for these idiots that pretend climate change is some fantasy, but believe that a vaccination is going to hurt you. I just think There are times where you just have to look at certain states. We did it with, sadly, we had to do it with Missouri a little while back and whatever that were once swing states. Did it with Ohio to a certain degree. And if we don't make a comeback tonight, it'll be the same thing. But, Florida was only 3 points down in 2020. So there was reason to believe we could make a comeback. Clearly, it's not the same state anymore it was in 2020. It's moved probably of any state probably furthest to the right. I missed that. My bad. But, no, it doesn't tell you anything tonight. All right, we've come in above expectations in Allegheny County in Pennsylvania. We've come in above expectations in parts of Indiana. David Schuster, who's a good friend, former reporter, has been pointing that out in both Republican strongholds and key areas. We lose Indiana anyhow because it's too Republican. But the point is how you're doing in these areas. And so far, the reality seems to be that we have vastly improved what we lost to Trump in the Midwest. How much of that's extending to the South is really a question. Certainly not Florida, and I don't count North Carolina as the South anymore. It's moving closer to Virginia. Georgia, though, of all the swing states, is the one I wonder about right now. And of course, the right or Vladimir Putin or whoever, the hell it was, called in bomb threats to DeKalb County. So, to one of the African-American areas. So now they've extended hours there by a number of hours, but I saw one down, not far away here in Cincinnati where somebody left a suspicious package and they called in the bomb unit. I mean, this is the crap that we have to deal with because we're dealing with psychopaths.
When it comes to the swing states, because once again, Florida wasn't really technically a swing state.
No. We hoped for the Senate race, but that was it.
When you look at Georgia and North Carolina, the two of them, it really looks like it's going to come on down to the metro areas of those states and how much the turnout is there. Your thoughts on those? Because once again, I saw polls that were saying indeed both of those states were pretty much, in North Carolina, especially with that bad governor candidate, and they've already called that race for the Democrat. But with North Carolina, particularly, that it was looking very positive for Harris.
Yeah, I've said for the longest time now, I feel better about North Carolina than I do about Georgia. A lot of folks have been moving from the Northeast, more liberal folks. Again, the types that moved to Florida 20, 30 years ago and changed that state somewhat and have left. Clearly, as we're seeing, again, I'm not acting like I didn't make a bad call there. I did, and I will fully take, whatever for that. I thought we'd come closer there. But
I did
North Carolina, I'm sorry?
I did too, man. I was stunned by that one myself. But
North Carolina, we're looking at a situation where a lot of voters have moved to those urban areas. You don't have Republicans running the government, which I've always pointed out, versus Georgia, where they're going to purge votes. That is not going to happen in the same way in North Carolina. The way that Herschel Walker was a drag for them last time around, Mark Robinson this time. So yes, the whole time I've felt better about North Carolina, and I actually feel very confident we're going to win North Carolina. I feel very confident we're going to win the 3 Midwest key swing states. I feel very confident we're going to win Nevada. I think it seems to me from everything I've seen, Arizona and Georgia are closer, and I still mostly feel pretty confident in Arizona. Georgia's the only one that I'm a little less confident in because of the fact that they've purged voters and done what we know Republicans do. I still think I'd give us the advantage there, maybe. Yeah, like a 60-40 advantage, something like that, slight advantage. But I always felt like of what we considered real swing states, right? We talked Iowa, Ohio, Texas, Florida. These are never the key swing states. Of the key swing states, we all know what those are, right? Obviously the 3 in the Midwest, and Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida. I'm trying to think if I'm missing, and then Arizona, Nevada. I've always felt, confident about all of them, with the exception of Georgia. We pulled it out the last 2 times. Warnock did, and Stacey Abrams with her help and whatever. But obviously, these guys on the right have been doing everything they can to disenfranchise people. So
now, and we should remember Georgia as well. They've actually got involved in the election board there and have written laws to try to basically steer that away, that state specifically there. The Pennsylvania, Trump is going crazy about Pennsylvania, saying fraud and all these things.
That's how he's losing.
Exactly. It's that's a tell.
and he can't win without Pennsylvania. Let's be very clear. Unless, as long as we win, Minnesota. We're going to win Minnesota. As long as we win Michigan and Wisconsin, and take the electoral vote in Omaha, that's ball game. And again, I've always said I wanted to crush them, but the most important thing here is to win. So yeah, he is losing his mind on Pennsylvania, and he's doing that because I think they're looking at numbers. They're going to lose there, and they're already setting things up to try to contest it and do whatever they can. Thank God we've got the governor, we've got the attorney general, and we are incumbents in D.C. too. So, they don't have the power they had last time to cause as much chaos.
Well, and also it should be noted that he came out and said there was fraud in Philadelphia, and immediately both Democratic and Republican representatiors in the state said no, that they're not seeing anything there.
And Krasner came out and just kicked the crap out of him, which was nice to see too. So, no, that's what he's going to try. He'll say it's, he's already attacked Detroit, as we laughed about, you, me, and Bill Corbett, because that's a smart strategy, as we know. He's going to attack Detroit and say that there's fraud there. As he loses Michigan, and Milwaukee is delayed a little bit right now because, wow, crazy. Lots of long lines in big cities cause things to take longer. And of course, there have been bomb threats called into some of these places. So that's going to end up, but I always felt like this is all part of a coordinated strategy. You know what I mean? Delay it so he can be ahead for as long as possible, then try to claim it was stolen from him in the middle of the night and try to take it all to court. But he's not going to win in those courts. Unless the Supreme Court feels like taking stuff where there's literally no evidence and honestly starting a civil war in this country. I don't know what else to say. I'm not threatening it. I'm simply saying, I'm not sure what people will do. But if they literally take and steal electoral votes and hand them to Trump, I'm not sure many of us are not going to be out in the streets. I'm not sure many of us are going to sit around and accept that. So as long as we don't see some crazy thing from the Supreme Court, his cases are going to all be baseless. He lost 66 or whatever it was cases last time, every single one. But that's what he's setting this up for. He's setting this up so he can say he didn't really lose Pennsylvania. So look, in a lot of ways it's a shame because Florida is, but in that way we can just accept that it's gone and it's not coming back for a generation until certain things change there and whatever, and pay attention. I don't think we paid a ton of attention to it, but now let's pay attention from now on to the states we actually can win.
And I don't think Harris spent too much money down there.
And not too much time either.
No. You brought up something there. One of the things that, and my previous guest brought up the question, he said, all right, how many Republicans, if Trump loses, would really line up behind him to try to overthrow this? And reminder, if you were saying in North Carolina and it goes for Harris and you send a bunch of you basically tell the Republicans there, you're going to throw out the vote. They know that that's the end of them in that state. And it will be the end of their brand for a long time. Don't get me wrong. There's still going to be about 25, 30% of the state that will vote Republican no matter what. But it will annihilate their chances of doing this. Do you honestly think that, if there is, unless they've got some, rock hard proof that too many Republicans would even go along with them because they don't want to, kind of.
No, and we've already seen it, right? Like they tried to pull a last minute move to upend Nebraska and how they award electoral votes and make it so that they would award all of them together. So that they could cheat and steal a vote from there. And a whole bunch of Republicans, this is the last minute, refused to do it. There are decent Republicans out there who have, I may think their positions are awful, but at least on this stuff, Rusty Bowers did it last time around in Arizona. Obviously, Raffensperger did it in Georgia when they tried to, and I'm not even saying he's a good person because I'm sure he purged some votes here. Look, I think in the end, there may be a local election board here or two, but they're not going to have the right to do that constitutionally. So again, unless we're really looking at breaking apart as a republic, North Carolina has the attorney general who I think rightfully would go in and would prosecute these people. So if they feel like going to prison and still losing, I invite them to go ahead and try that. But that it's not happening.
Well, and as Florida has gone, and that was, there, we should also, one last thing to talk about here is Texas. It's still, it's leaning Trump, but it is shockingly close. It is. 400,000 votes, and that's with 55% of the vote in. Ted Cruz.
Texas is so winnable right now, and that's the thing is that if we're gonna go after an electoral prize, I mean, to begin with, Texas has 10 or so more electoral votes than Florida does. If we're gonna go after a big prize as a swing state in the future, at least right now, it looks like Texas is the place. I said that to you before. I've said it, on other shows. They didn't choose to have that event there and spend the money and all that time with Beyonce in Houston. Yes, she's from Houston, but as I pointed out to people, Bruce Springsteen's from New Jersey, and they had him in Atlanta. They had her do that there because they thought if she could juice the turnout in Houston, that could make a difference, right? Colin Allred's a terrific candidate and is going to turn out voters. Ted Cruz is a slime ball and is probably going to scare away voters. I still think Colin Allred has a chance to win there. I still think we have a chance to win there. So, I think that's a place that we have to look towards. And Greg Abbott kind of gave away the game with the whole, don't you federal regulators come in here, y'all stay out of here. We handle business hi, George Wallace, do me a favor. Get in front of the door and block it when the National Guard comes through, because I'd call that must-see TV. Just do it.
Well, and by the way, just one thing I want to make sure we point out about this, the keeping the DOJ out. In Florida, I've got numerous friends down there that said they went to their polling place and it was 5 voting stations and it was 3-4 hour waits. And a lot of people were getting out of line. They've got a process. They've got a system in place to basically make sure that people don't vote. And that's how they stay in power. So, it's
the reason why we so desperately, first and foremost, need to win the presidency. I think it's a fait accompli that we're going to win the House. But we absolutely have to hold on to the Senate. And so now that the Rick Scott opportunity is gone, some combination of Sherrod Brown and John Tester have to hold on, which I think they both will from what I've seen, the final polls, unless these people who are pretty good at this stuff are off. If they do, then we're at 50. If we win the presidency, we're at 50-50 with a tie-breaking vote. As long as we get all 50 Democrats to get rid of a filibuster, we can pass a national voting rights bill that would outlaw all of these kinds of practices and treat this the way it should be treated, which is a second Jim Crow, where they're systematically trying to disenfranchise people, largely people of color, but anybody who votes against them. And I'm sorry, but the federal government needs to go into these places and make sure that there's equal voting for everyone. I went in today to my place here in my area of Ohio. It took me no longer than 5 to 10 minutes maybe to get in and out. It is ridiculous that anyone should have to wait in line for hours. It is manipulated by these guys. It is a violation of equal rights. It's a violation of people's civil rights. And it should be treated that way, just the way LBJ and the FBI treated it that way afterwards. Send in the feds, but pass a bill first that allows for the feds to go in, that allows for pre-inspections of these places before elections, during and after. Make sure that there's an equal number of polling places for everybody, equal requirements for everybody to vote, all of that. It is too important of a national civil rights issue.
Cliff Schechter, once again, if you are not following him and not subscribing via his Patreon onto Cliff's Edge over on YouTube, you're wrong. Cliff, I really appreciate the extra time joining us here tonight on election night. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Let's go kick their butts.
Let's go kick some butts. Cliff Schechter, thank you very much. We are going to take a break. Come on back. Election Central. We'll check in with them when we do come back, get some updates, and then look forward to the top of the hour, 8 o'clock. Of course, the polls close here in Minnesota. We'll have some updates on that before too long as well. It's the election night coverage right here on AM 950. Hi, everyone. Matt McNeil here. Join me on Wednesday's edition of the Matt McNeil Show. Full breakdown of the election results, national races, statewide races. We'll have it all. Jeff Stein will join us. He'll give us his thoughts on the national races, and we'll talk with you as well. 952-946-6205. 952-946-6205 is the phone number. 3 to 5 on your Wednesday afternoon. It's the Matt McNeil Show right here on the Progressive Voice of Minnesota, AM 950.
Tune in every Saturday from 2 to 3 p.m. for a full hour celebrating LGBTQ stories, culture, and entertainment in Minnesota with This Queer Book Saved My Life and The Gaily Show. Can't catch the shows live? Then listen through your favorite podcasting app. Plus, you can watch The Gaily Show anytime on AM950's YouTube channel or Facebook page. For all the details, visit thiscribbook.com or am950radio.com. We'll see you Saturdays at 2 p.m. or anytime via podcast, YouTube, or Facebook.
Hi, I'm Peter Solak.
And I'm Adam Ostrowski.
We are here at Woodland Stoves and Fireplaces to talk about the joy of live fire cooking. Cooking over a live fire is the oldest and most basic form of cooking.
What's new is in the way fire is handled and its heat is managed.
It's easier to experience and enjoy the smell and taste of food cooked over a live fire.
Woodland Stoves and Fireplaces sells and installs live fire grills, fire pits, and ovens. Let us help you experience the smell, the taste, the fun of cooking with fire.
Pizza was first made and is still best made in an open fire oven. The radiant and conductive heat of a live fire is unmatched for wood roasting and baking artisan breads too.
Come see the many ways you can cook over a live fire.
Woodland Stoves and Fireplaces has over 35 working wood and gas units on display at the corner of East Franklin and Riverside Avenue in Minneapolis. More information at woodlandstoves.com. Find the fire that works for you. Woodland Stoves and Fireplaces. Out of the ordinary products and services since 1977. Hi, this is Laura. Listen to Food Freedom Radio every Saturday at 8 a.m. or anytime via podcast. Our individual health is connected to the health of each other and connected to the health of the earth. We know the problems with the dominant food system: climate change, deadening soils, nitrates in the water, factory farming, injustice, concentration of wealth. How do we both as individuals and as a community step up and support a living food system which honors the earth? Tune to Food Freedom Radio every Saturday at 8 a.m. and remember to support your independent farmers.
Hey, it's Robert Pilot, host of Native Roots Radio Presents I'm Awake. Tomorrow, join us at 5 for our post-election show. We'll dive deep in what happened at the polls and look at how some of our Native candidates fared on both the national and state levels. Native Roots Radio is where we cover Native American news and issues that impact us all, because Native issues are human issues and human issues are Native issues. That's our post-election show tomorrow at 5 p.m.
AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota. Matt McNeil here. Election night coverage here on AM 950. Stay with us throughout the entire evening. I'll be taking you till 9 o'clock tonight, and then Brett Johnson and Bruce Klopfleisch are going to join in, and they're going to take us to 11 o'clock tonight. Let's go to Election Central with Greg and find out if we have any updates out there to talk about. Hey, Greg.
Hi. So we do have a couple things that we want to talk about here tonight a little bit. Let's go on the national level here. According to AP News, we're looking at, for Donald Trump, 101 electoral votes, Kamala 71. The caveat that we want to give to that, though, is that AP has called Illinois, which so far is like CNN and other news sources has not called that. So that's the caveat that we want to put to that. Just because polls are closing in Minnesota, we don't have anything to share there yet, but we do want to go over to Ohio. In Ohio, Sherrod Brown is up just by about a percentage point over Bernie Moreno, and Sherrod Brown is running ahead of Kamala Harris right now, so that's good news. Sherrod Brown is a Democrat, and Sherrod is running ahead of Kamala in Ohio. Going over to Texas, we have Colin Allred, also a Democrat. He is currently just underneath Ted Cruz, but Colin is also running ahead of Kamala. Texas has just over 50% of their votes in, and that's really where we are at right now.
Thank you very much, Greg. I appreciate that. We'll check back in with you coming up here at the top of the hour here, as I imagine we're going to have at least we probably will have let's be honest, we're probably going to have a call on the Minnesota Senate race here fairly quickly, where that's the question is how long will it take the national media to call this one for Amy Klobuchar? I don't think it's going to take too long at all. Just one thing to look at, because once again, we're going to be getting into some of the state races here after the polls close. And if you are in line, we got about 3 minutes here before the polls close in Minnesota. If you are in line, stay in line. Your vote, you will be able to vote. That is the law out there. Georgia right now, they've only got, let's see here, 64% of the vote in so far. North Carolina, they've only got 26% of the vote in at this point. So we're keeping an eye on that. Pennsylvania is at 14%. Michigan is at 8%. One thing that is a little more interesting, though, is that 29% of the votes in Kansas, and Harris is leading, and not just by a little. She's leading by about, let's see, about 5 points right now in Kansas. So we'll have to see how that goes. And it's interesting, AP as well. AP has not called Missouri. A lot of other places have called Missouri. For some reason, they have not called Missouri, as that race right now is it's about 6 points. So it's still relatively close. Illinois, I'm not sure why CNN had not called those and some of the other networks, but Illinois, there was never really a question where Illinois was going to go at this point. But we'll have to see. Once again, I'd say within the next 2-3 hours, we're going to have a very good idea where things are going. Pennsylvania, particularly, North Carolina, particularly, Michigan, Wisconsin, their polls close here in just a few minutes as well. We'll be looking at that too there. And then, of course, keeping an eye on whether Texas possibly goes blue and whether these states are. But needless to say, it's an early night. We've got a long way to go. We'll have to see how the results come on in. Stay with us. We'll keep you updated on things as we see them come on in. It is election night coverage. I'm glad you guys are here with us tonight. Another hour with me coming up here after the break. It's election night coverage right here on the Progressive Voice of Minnesota, AM 950.
This is Andy Otto, your host of Twin Cities Pride Amplified, inviting you to join us this Saturday at 3 p.m. as we get to know Arnold Dahl Woolley, a member of the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe, who is also a Two-Spirit educator and activist. We'll chat with Arnold about the great work he's doing in building community in the Bemidji area, including the opening of a new community space. That's this Saturday at 3 p.m., right here on AM 950, the Progressive Voice of Minnesota.
Hi, AM 950 listeners. This is Bruce Klaufleisch, host of Politics Matters. Thanks for tuning into our election night coverage, your voice in action. Why listen to mainstream media's coverage when you can listen to us key in on the races that affect us, as well as the national ones? On my upcoming show, we will discuss the election results. Did Harris win? Did the Democrats retake the House and keep the Senate? Did the Democrats keep control of the Minnesota legislature? What will be the effects of these results on you? Tune into Politics Matters with Bruce Klaufleisch, Sunday at 5 p.m. to find out.
Come see the Trained Chimp. It's the Matt McNeil Show, 3 to 5 p.m. weekday afternoons, right here on AM 950 KTNF, St. Louis Park, Minneapolis, St. Paul.
AP News, I'm Ben Thomas. The battleground states are yet to be called, but Donald Trump's amassed 101 electoral votes so far, while Kamala Harris has 71. Lisa Dwyer on one notable call.
Among other states, Donald Trump has won Florida for the third consecutive election, earning the state's 30 electoral votes. Once a crucial battleground state, Florida has been drifting towards the Republican Party in recent years. A Democratic presidential nominee has not won the state since Barack Obama carried it in 2012. Meanwhile, Trump grew his margin of victory in his adopted home state between 2016 and 2020. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
The Kaiser Family Foundation's Ashley Kurzinger has findings from the AP Votecast survey.
About half of voters said future of democracy was the single most important factor for their decision to vote this election. That's higher than the share that said the same thing about inflation, the U.S.-Mexico border, or abortion. While voters are concerned about the future of democracy, AP Votecast finds some good news. A majority of voters confident that the nation will be able to accurately count the votes this election, both nationally and in their own states. But just 4 in 10 voters are very confident in that. That is unchanged from what we saw back in 2020.
Control of the Senate at stake, too. Jennifer King reports Republican Jim Justice has won West Virginia's seat.
The seat was vacated by Senator Joe Manchin, an independent who usually caucused with Democrats. Justice himself was a Democrat when he was elected as governor in 2016, but switched parties 7 months after taking office. Voter Vicki Landum said she picked Justice for Senate because his name was familiar and that he did a good job as governor, while Chastity Bays of Charleston said she voted for Elliott in part because Justice signed a near-total abortion ban into law in 2022. Justice and his family own dozens of businesses, including the historic Greenbrier Resort. He's also known for his charismatic bulldog sidekick, Baby Dog. I'm Jennifer King.
This is AP News.
Girls and boys in poverty around the world are dreaming of a better life, filled with dance, art, music, and knowledge. They dream of a brighter future with enough nutritious food to eat, a chance to learn and grow, to get an education, escape poverty, and do incredible things. Today, thanks to Children International and friends like you, such dreams are coming true. Together, we give children a chance to set their sights high and succeed in school and in life by ensuring that they have access to healthcare, education, life skills, and so much more so they can grow, thrive, and believe in themselves. Learn more about Children International and join us in our life-changing work at children.org today. Together, we can help end poverty for good.
Hey, it's Tom. Discover the incredible benefits of solar energy with All Energy Solar. Solar panels convert sunlight into clean, renewable electricity, helping you reduce your carbon footprint. By generating your own power, you gain independence from rising utility costs. And solar panels are also a smart investment as they boost your property value. Plus, with solar and battery backup from All Energy Solar, you can store excess energy to use anytime. Solar with energy storage offers unparalleled energy security during blackouts or cloudy days, ensuring your home remains powered when it matters the most. And right now, there's never been a better time to get a Solar Plus battery from All Energy Solar. Millions of new battery storage incentives are available for XL and non-XL customers, along with federal tax credits. While local incentives are available in many cities, including Minneapolis, Edina, St. Louis Park, and more. The experts at All Energy Solar will guide you through the entire process, ensuring you maximize your savings and benefits. Get a free quote today at allenergysolar.com.
Hi, everyone. Matt McNeil here. Join me on Wednesday's edition of the Matt McNeil Show. Full breakdown of the election results. National races, statewide races. We'll have it all. Jeff Stein will join us. He'll give us his thoughts on the national races, and we'll talk with you as well. 952-946-6205. 952-946-6205 is the phone number. 3 to 5 on your Wednesday afternoon. It's the Matt McNeil Show right here on the Progressive Voice of Minnesota, AM 950.
Hey, it's Patrick. We're headed full speed ahead into the holiday season, so the biggest question facing your home is going to be, is it ready for the holiday season? And if you look around at your carpet, tile, rugs, upholstery, and the answer is no, you need to call my cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Some people hire a deal of the day carpet cleaner to save a little money, but trust shouldn't come that way. Think about it. There is no licensing required to be a professional carpet cleaner. Don't DIY it. Call Zero Res because you know it's safe and effective. The Zero Res Gotta Love It guarantee makes it easy to get what you pay for. Zero Res absolutely stands behind every cleaning, so go ahead and get clean and don't miss this deal. Get back to clean and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take $75 off an air duct cleaning. Call my friends at Zero Res right now at 952-ZERO-RES or go online to ZeroResMinnesota.com and say you want the AM 950 special. Backward or forward spells the same. Zero Res.
With your AM 950 weather, I'm Brett Johnson. Look for partly cloudy skies tonight with a low around 36, Wednesday cloudy with a high near 48, and Thursday sunny with a high near 49. Grab a tray of Cafe Latte's Cafeteria and select from a wide variety of soups and sandwiches. The bakery has fresh baked bread daily, along with cakes and more. And the Pizza and Wine Bar features gourmet pizzas that pair perfectly with their 30-plus wines by the glass. Located off Victoria and Grand, more at cafelatte.com. Portions of the following program may be pre-recorded.
Good evening, everyone. And once again, it is election night coverage here on AM 950, the Progressive Voice of Minnesota. Matt McNeil in hosting you for the next hour, and then handing it over to Brett Johnson and Bruce Klopfleischer. They're going to be on here as well. Thank you very much for taking some time with us. We are going to be here. Of course, polls just closed in Minnesota. Unless you were in line, those polls are still open until everyone that was in line at 8 o'clock gets the chance to vote. No results, as you can imagine, for the state of Minnesota. So, yeah, unfortunately, they haven't called the Senate race, but I imagine that's coming soon. And we'll actually, I'll tell you what, let's immediately go on over to Election Central. We've got Greg Bakken over there keeping track of that desk on any of the latest developments. Greg, what are you looking at right now?
Well, we are looking at a slight change here in the electoral votes that come in for the president here. Let me pull that up real fast. We are currently at Donald Trump 120, Kamala Harris 99. Kamala they have called New York for Kamala, and for Donald Trump, such states as Louisiana. Let's see, trying to see here is one of the Dakotas here, North Dakota. both and South Dakota have also been called as well. As we had talked in the last segment, in Ohio, we have once again Sherrod Brown. He's running ahead of Kamala, although currently is behind Bernie Moreno. And as far as Texas, Colin Allred once again is running ahead of Kamala. That's good news for the Democrats. And once we have some Minnesota results to come in, we'll share them with you.
All right. Thank you very much, Greg Bakken in Election Central. We'll check back in with him in about a half an hour or so, unless we get something that's updating as we speak. And just idea, 57% of the vote is in Texas. We're still keeping an eye on these swing states in Georgia right now. 66% of the vote is in there. So we're in, it's, pretty close still. Once again, waiting for the major cities to really kind of get their votes on in. North Carolina, we've got just 40% of the vote in at this point. Once again, still very close in that state. We're keeping an eye on things fairly close in Virginia right now, 49% of the vote in there. But Pennsylvania has been so far fairly overwhelming. It's only 18% of the vote in, but Kamala Harris is leading by 24 points now, 767,000 to 476,000. So it's a fairly surmountable lead right now. Michigan as well, just 10% of the vote on in there, but Harris is leading fairly comfortably right now. And then in some states we're keeping an eye on as they have closed here in just recently in Iowa, where once again that shock poll came on out, and as we heard from Jeff Stein last hour, that it was people were a 5-alarm fire. Right now it is just very few of the votes have come on in, so they can't determine. I don't think it's there's no lean there yet until we get some more votes in. Missouri still as well but it's razor thin. We're talking about 107 votes is the difference right now total in Missouri, and that's with 7% of the vote being totaled. But Harris got the slight lead there. Kansas has also been somewhat interesting. We're at 36% of the vote, and Harris is leading right now by 5 in there. Colorado, fairly consistent and sturdy Democratic vote that just closed as well. And the early vote there, they're just still at 5% of the vote, and Harris has got a fairly substantial lead. So we'll have to see how that goes. And once again, the main one that we're keeping an eye on is coming up here is the one I think we're gonna be able to call fairly soon is the Senate race in Minnesota with Amy Klobuchar. Once again, a Senate candidate with quite literally the best coattails of any senator in the country. So we'll have to see how that breaks out down the line. But once again, it's still, if I'm the Democrats, I'm feeling pretty optimistic because once again, Trump has to pretty much run the swing states. And right now, Pennsylvania, Michigan for sure, not looking very good. It's interesting. Georgia, I don't know. Georgia might not. It's a pretty tight race there. It depends on how Fulton County comes on in. And if a lot of people showed up and voted, that's a big deal. North Carolina, I'm a little more confident there. And if North Carolina and Pennsylvania go for Harris, this is over. It's just a slow walk till we get to the West Coast, and California, Oregon, Washington put her over the edge. Nevada, one of the things that was interesting about Nevada too, that we should keep track of, a little bit earlier, I was talking about the displacement of the votes and how Republicans were all touting, look, we had early voting. And one of the things which I found to be interesting was that in Nevada, it was very clear that the turnout on election day was dramatically less for the Republicans than it had been in the past, especially in Clark County, which is, of course, where Vegas is and which most of the population of Nevada is. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens there. I'm feeling pretty good about Nevada. And really, I mean, if Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Nevada all go, I mean, it's going to be a fairly significant victory for Kamala Harris. We'll see how this goes. Once again, counting votes as we go through. We are going to take a break. We're going to focus on the state races when we come on back. Michelle Griffith is going to join us from Minnesota Reformer. We're going to talk with her in regards to what she is seeing and what to expect from particularly the Minnesota House race and the Minnesota Senate race, as well as a little bit about the federal races in Minnesota. It is election night coverage. Glad you're with us tonight. We are here once again until about 11 o'clock or so tonight, so make sure you stay with us right here on AM 950.
This is Aidan Helene, Director of Community Relations here at the Welshire. If you have a loved one who's in need of a memory care facility, I encourage you to come look at our facilities in either Bloomington or Medina to come and see the Welshire difference. From our 24/7 nursing to robust activities team, come and see our community of well-being in action by visiting welshiremn.com and scheduling a tour at either one of our facilities. That's welshiremn.com.
Seward Co-op, serving the community for over 50 years, invites you to shop their 2 convenient locations. Seward Co-op stores are committed to local producers and food you can feel good about serving your family and guests. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal from Seward. Local free-range Ferndale turkeys, handcrafted, traditional, vegetarian, vegan, and made without gluten sides. Perfect for everyone at your Thanksgiving gathering. Find Seward at 2823 East Franklin Avenue or the Friendship Store, 38th Street and 3rd Avenue in Minneapolis. More at seward.coop.
Hey, it's Robert Pilot, host of Native Roots Radio Presents I'm Awake. Tomorrow, join us at 5 for our post-election show. We'll dive deep in what happened at the polls and look at how some of our Native candidates fared on both the national and state levels. Native Roots Radio is where we cover Native American news and issues that impact us all, because Native issues are human issues and human issues are Native issues. That's our post-election show tomorrow at 5 p.m.
It's time to experience the amazing flavors of eatlocalminnesota.com. It's your key to unlocking the best local and independently owned restaurants in the Twin Cities. Nightingale off 26th and Lindale is where good times and great flavors unite. Chef Carrie keeps it fresh with seasonal dishes, or savor classics like the Nightingale Burger, steak tartare, and irresistible chocolate pot de crème. Explore tasty vegetarian, vegan, and gluten-free options, and enjoy craft cocktails, curated wines, and half-price wine bottles every Monday. Open daily 5 p.m. to 1 a.m. More at nightingalempls.com. Maverick's Real Roast Beef in Roseville sets the bar when it comes to roast beef sandwiches. But let's not forget their other mouthwatering offerings. From Philly steak to turkey bacon avocado, BLT, crispy chicken, fish, brisket, and pulled pork, the menu is a flavor-packed delight. Don't miss out on their delicious variety. Explore the full menu at mavericksbeef.com. Your taste buds will thank you.
Hi, AM950 listeners. This is Bruce Cloudflash, host of Politics Matters. Thanks for tuning into our election night coverage, your voice in action. Why listen to mainstream media's coverage when you can listen to us key in on the races that affect us, as well as the national ones? On my upcoming show, we will discuss the election results. Did Harris win? Did the Democrats retake the House and keep the Senate? Did the Democrats keep control of the Minnesota legislature? What will be the effects of these results on you? Tune into Politics Matters with Bruce Cloudflash, Sunday at 5 p.m. to find out.
Thank you once again for joining us here on AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota, for election night coverage here. Once again, I do want to remind you, we're going to also have Robert Pilot coming on in here before long to give us some updates as well on some of the races he is tracking. But right now, let us jump on over to Michelle Griffith. She covers Minnesota politics and policy for the Minnesota Reformer. She's kind enough to join us to talk a little bit about some of these state races we should be keeping an eye on. Michelle, thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
My pleasure. Okay, so first of all, we just closed the polls here. I don't think anything really major has come up yet, but we are keeping track. I mean, the Republicans are banking the hope on at least taking either the Minnesota Senate or the Minnesota House from the Democratic control. So far, any inclinations of how things are going?
Obviously each party is confident that, they're going to win. But the state of play is that Republicans need to win, or they need to flip 4 seats. So it's likely that they will flip the DFL's 1 seat up north in Eveleth. That was Dave Lissegard's seat. I think it's pretty likely that will flip red. But most of so there's about like 15 or so races that are the ones to watch that are going to determine control of the Minnesota House. And a lot of that is in the suburbs. So the important, districts, it's Shakopee, Chanhassen, some of these races, the incumbent won by a couple dozen votes. So, in 2022. So these are really, really close races. And, I think the DFL is pretty confident about the Senate seat. That's a pretty, Senator Kelly Morrison, who is running for Congress now. She won that district when she was state senator. She won that district by double digits percentage points. So I think the DFL is pretty confident that they will keep their Senate seat. And the House, I think, is the one that everyone is going to be watching, just because there's a lot of unknowns, and there's seats that both parties want to flip.
It was an interesting strategy that played out. I mean, I think most of us saw that a lot of the Republicans that were running in the suburbs really adopted this. I'm not really a Republican. I disagree with. I'm a born again moderate from the 1980s, and not including Royce White or even Donald Trump on any of their literature. That there was really kind of this separation by saying, I know that if I go in the door with standard Republican. And once again, and this is part of the Republicans' problem. I mean, you got people like, Lucero and Walter Hudson and Wiesenberg and these guys that and Drazkowski, and they kind of put out this real MAGA vibe that doesn't sell in the suburbs. And, do you think they're going to have some success with being able to kind of doing this new Republican light? And if they do, is it going to help them if they have to all of a sudden toe the Republican Party line?
I think it was really going to depend on how the federal race, the presidential race turns out. I think, if Trump wins, then I think that the Minnesota House will flip. And, I think because people, like, I was in Coon Rapids today and talking to voters walking out of polls, and almost everyone didn't know who the individual candidates were, but they knew that they were voting Democrat or Republican. So I think people just kind of stick with their party affiliations. It doesn't matter really about the character or the person itself. No, I think it's going to depend on the presidential race, and that. That extreme MAGA message is off-putting to folks in the suburbs, especially women in the suburbs. So, and that's definitely a demographic that Republicans are going to need if they want to, win tonight. But yeah, I just think, it's a tough line, I guess, for them to have to balance, because, you have to stay, aligned with your party, but also enough where you can say, hey, I'm still likable, maybe.
It's like, I'm not one of the. Well, I mean, that was one of the problems that they had with Scott Jensen back when he was in the Senate. I mean, he came up with that insulin bill, and he loved the bill, but then the party made him vote against it to kill the bill. And, it's kind of one of those things. It's hard to convince people that you're an independent voice when we've already kind of seen. I mean, I remember going back to Tim Pawlenty when the 4 Republicans helped override his veto, and he basically ran those guys out of the party. And so, it's kind of one of those things where it's interesting to say I'm an independent thinker, but then if you end up getting that position and you end up getting the majority, you have to show that, or else you're not going to be there for very long.
Yeah. And that especially, I think, would apply in the Minnesota House, because if Republicans do take the majority, it's going to be by very slim margins. So any legislation that they would want to get through, they would need to be unified, maybe 1 or 2 dissenting voices. But I think, House Republicans, they have a lot of characters that they need to, appease in their caucus. And so I think that could affect what bills get passed. And this year, in 2025, it's a budget year. So the state government has to craft a 2-year budget by June 30th. And if they don't do that, the government shuts down. So I think there could be some folks who withhold their vote to leverage something that they've been wanting for a long time. I just think, I think that there's going to be some need to appease some voters or need to appease some legislators. And I think there are a couple legislators that come to mind that would do that.
The Senate race is, you would think it'd be actually easier for the Republicans, but it probably is not. I mean, Ann Stewart Johnson is Ann Johnson Stewart is a very popular candidate out in the West Metro. She was once before in St. Paul. That was basically for that seat was because they redistricted and she had to run against a Democrat in the primary and she lost. It was the right kind of candidate. What do you think the chances are of that seat going to the Republicans? I mean, they brought out and forgive me, I can't remember her name, but she's the person with the energy ties, and she's got a lot of houses. And you guys had the story with the tax break she got for the house in Plymouth. It's kind of one of those things where you'd seem to be the math equation to be simpler to take the Senate, but the reality is because of the Democratic candidate, it's a lot more difficult.
Yeah, I think that's right. The Republican running in that for the seat is Kathleen Folk. And yeah, her husband is the former CEO of Xcel Energy. So she and her family are very, attuned. And he right now works for an energy company in Ohio. So he's still in the business. She's, very close to the energy lobby, and she ran for the Senate seat, the same Senate seat in 2022, where she lost by double-digit percentage points. And in that year, she got I think it was something around, it was over half of her campaign donations were from Xcel Energy or energy affiliated CEOs and executives and folks like that. I didn't see that in her campaign donations this time around, but I think it's a tough challenge against former Senator Ann Johnson Stewart. She's a civil engineer. She, her phrase is she loves concrete. She's very focused on infrastructure and, getting money to better people's roads and their water facilities. That's the stuff that people like. That's the stuff that, attracts people from both parties. No one wants a bumpy road to drive on. So I think she has a good message. It does help that she was a former senator already. So she already has the caucus behind her. DFL senators have been campaigning for her for months. I think it's a tough race for Kathleen Folk against Ann Johnson Stewart.
Before we talk a little bit about the federal races, there are two other races I want to mention. First is that the Natalie Hudson, who is, I believe, the Chief Justice of the Minnesota State Supreme Court, she is up for re-election. My guess is I don't think it's going to be too difficult for her to win re-election. I didn't think the candidate that was running against her really had I looked a little bit over Naomi Kritzel's page about this and the breakdown there. It didn't seem like there was really a lot of challenge there. Do you anticipate her possibly having any problems this time around?
No, I don't. I think, she was appointed by Governor Walz, who is very popular statewide. I think having the, incumbent title next to her name is helpful. And no, I haven't seen really any state of play that much with the Supreme Court justice seats. I think the incumbents have a pretty good shot at winning.
Also, we should mention, and it's kind of a lesser race, but we do have in the Hennepin County Commissioner's race the individual candidate who got into trouble for throwing a tarantula down the stairs, allegedly. Simonetti, she's running there for, I think Edelson is the candidate there she's challenging at this point. But I don't think that she's going to have the best chance at getting that Hennepin County Commissioner seat.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't really been following that one closely, but I think Hennepin County would be tough for her.
Yeah. Obviously on the U.S. House races, the one major one that I think most people looked at was two. Angie Craig over there. It seems like towards the end there, she was kind of pulling away a little bit. Is that how you kind of were seeing it there, that she was starting to get enough distance with Tirab that she was probably going to be able to get that seat again?
Yeah, that's I think that's the vibe that politicos are feeling that, especially towards the end, she outspent and outraised him by a lot. Outside spending was much more for Angie Craig compared to Joe Tayrab. And yeah, I think Angie Craig was able to run on her bipartisan record, and she's very strategic in what bills she votes for. And this time around, she's been there's been ads with her with cops, and she touts her police union endorsement. She's a Democrat, but she is very strategic in every single statement that she makes, every vote that she makes. So because she knows who she represents. There's a lot of rural areas, a lot of farmers, but no, I think folks like that she's bipartisan. She's one of the most bipartisan Congress members. And yeah, I think with Joe Tayrab, it's just hard because he doesn't have the name recognition that Angie Craig does in the district. There's been some questions about his stance on abortion. He's, on the board of a crisis pregnancy center. He says he's pro-life, but he's against a federal ban. And there's been some past statements of his that have resurfaced since running that kind of maybe question some of that. But I think it seems like Andrew Craig's team is I guess more confident this time around than in 2022.
Are you surprised as I am? They still have yet to call Amy Klobuchar over Royce White.
Well, the polls just closed, so it's, yeah, it might take it might take like an hour or so, but
I guess one of the other questions I want to make sure I ask is in regards to the second congressional seat. At what point, I mean, if the Democrats keep winning down there, I mean, we've talked about the changing demographics of that district, that it just has become more part of the metro area. And whereas they have, the redistricting has kind of somewhat peeled off some areas to where into other districts, like in 6, where it doesn't really hurt Emmer over there. I think we're getting to a point where it's going to become harder and harder for a Republican to win that seat, just because, once again, the metro area, in those suburban areas, I mean, if you're kind of running that Republican ticket and what they've been saying on a statewide level, I know of the candidates that ran in these districts in the Minnesota House kind of changed their tune, but it becomes a much more difficult seat for them to be able to kind of pick up. And Tayrab was a better candidate than some of the other ones that they've had out there, that's for sure. And it doesn't look like he's got a chance there.
Yeah, I think national Republicans have kind of they're obviously backing him, but I think they were much more enthusiastic about their spending in 2022 with Tyler Kistner, who almost beat Angie Craig in 2020. 2020. So, she's had a lot of really close races. But I think if she continues to win, she will show other Democrats the formula for winning in the district. And, unless anything like changes drastically at the federal level, I think that, I think you're right that district could look more blue in the future, but, it's Minnesota's most competitive race. But yeah, for the past couple of years, it's been leaning Democrat for sure.
I'm sure you guys at the Minnesota Reformer are going to have a lot of coverage on all this stuff over the next few days, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. We look forward to reading your stories on this. Michelle Griffith, thank you very much. I really appreciate the time tonight, and thank you very much for joining us on election night.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me.
My pleasure. We'll take a break. Come on back, check in with Election Central as well, and give you the latest updates on what we have and what we can call at this point. It's election night coverage right here on AM 950.
If you have not been to Rainbow Road lately, then you need to check it out. New fall clothing is arriving weekly. You might think of Rainbow Road on Grant Avenue near Loring Park as an underwear, swimwear, and accessories store, but it is also a cool clothing store. Check out rainbownrd.com. That's rainbownrd.com.
Hi, everyone. Matt McNeil here. Join me on Wednesday's edition of the Matt McNeil Show. Full breakdown of the election results, national races, statewide races. We'll have it all. Jeff Stein will join us. He'll give us his thoughts on the national races, and we'll talk with you as well. 952-946-6205. 952-946-6205 is the phone number. 3 to 5 on your Wednesday afternoon. It's the Matt McNeil Show right here on the Progressive Voice of Minnesota, AM 950.
Hi, this is Laura. Listen to Food Freedom Radio every Saturday at 8 a.m. or anytime via podcast. Our individual health is connected to the health of each other and connected to the health of the earth. We know the problems with the dominant food system: climate change, deadening soils, nitrates in the water, factory farming, injustice, concentration of wealth. How do we both as individuals and as a community step up and support a living food system which honors the earth? Tune to Food Freedom Radio every Saturday at 8 a.m. and remember to support your independent farmers.
This is Chad, owner of AM950, here to tell you about the exterior construction company I trust, Snap Construction. If your home was hit with the most recent storms, trust the most well-reviewed exterior construction company, Snap Construction, for a free home inspection.
This is Ryan, owner of Snap Construction. There are a lot of great construction companies in town. My advice is to take your time and do your research. Make sure they are locally owned and that they guarantee their craftsmanship for life. Also, you want to find a company that's been in business for at least 10 years. You want to work with a company that's going to be there long after the work is done. Snap Construction has handled thousands of claims and will help you through the process.
Don't go with the out-of-town fly-by-night contractor. Most storm damage goes missed by the untrained eye. Trust Snap Construction for your free storm damage evaluation. For your free storm damage evaluation, call Snap Construction at 612-333-SNAP or visit them online at snapconstruction.com. That's 612-333-SNAP or snapconstruction.com.
With your AM 950 weather, I'm Brett Johnson. Look for partly cloudy skies tonight with a low around 36, Wednesday cloudy with a high near 48, and Thursday sunny with a high near 49. Grab a tray at Cafe Latte's Cafeteria and select from a wide variety of soups and sandwiches. The bakery has fresh baked bread daily, along with cakes and more. And the Pizza and Wine Bar features gourmet pizzas that pair perfectly with their 30-plus wines by the glass. Located off Victoria and Grand, more at cafelatte.com.
Election night coverage continues here on AM 950, the Progressive Voice of Minnesota. Matt McNeil in with you for about another half an hour or so before Brett Johnson takes over. As we are going to go right now, actually, first and foremost, let's go to Election Central, get an update on things with Greg Bach and find out if we have any new breaking calls we can make. Greg, go right ahead.
There isn't a whole lot at the moment. I know that the one thing that they're really talking about here is Amy Klobuchar, but looking at what we have here, only 7 counties reporting in so far. So slowly results are trickling in. So we don't have anything definitive or even anything that's worth talking about quite yet, but we are continuing to monitor that to make sure that if something really starts standing out, we will be able to tell you about it, Matt. And that's pretty much the same throughout all the Minnesota races at the moment. There really isn't anything that's coming through. Looking at the presidential race right now, Donald Trump has 178 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 99. If we take a look over at the map, you can see a couple more states have been added to it. Kamala with New York, Donald Trump with Texas and South Dakota, Nebraska. But more information is continually coming in. Taking a look at some of the key Senate races outside of Minnesota. Still a little bit early for like Wisconsin, 18% of votes counted in with Tammy Baldwin so far having 50% of that vote. But once again, that's 18% votes counted. In Michigan, only 13% so far with Alyssa Slotkin ahead on that. Going over to Ohio, we're at 60% of the votes right now for Bernie Moreno at 50.5% over Sherrod Brown. And then Pennsylvania, we have for total for the state, 28% of votes counted with Bob Casey, a Democrat, ahead 54.5% over Dave McCormick. And then Texas, Ted Cruz is 52.4% over Colin Allred. That's 62% of votes counted in Texas. And Matt, that's pretty much all we have at the moment.
All right. Thank you very much. And obviously, we obviously want to keep in track a little bit of the U.S. House race because that, it's a likely chance that the Democrats are going to pick up the U.S. House, which is good. It would be nice to have some competency there in the leadership over there. But the question remains on how many votes they'll pick up. The Senate, obviously, as well, is in question right now. I know that I'm not sure exactly where they're at in that Nebraska race, but the independent over there was running very well. Okay, just looking at the maps, and one of the things I'm kind of trying to look at is people that are posting stuff about the outlying counties in some of these areas and what they are seeing. And one of the counties was saying that one of the guys saying that that Virginia has gone to Harris because they still haven't called that one yet, but he says basically if you look where the rest of the vote is, it's going to go to Harris on that. So that's one we can put in there right now. But if you look at some of the polling numbers that we're seeing coming out of some of these areas, the Allegheny County of Pennsylvania mail is now in. Indians who voted by mail broke with Harris 71% to 26%. So it's interesting there to see how that's breaking down. Also keeping an eye on the in Georgia, the Georgia election. And forgive me, I'm just trying to track down where those numbers were exactly. But they were saying that if you look at the counties in Georgia that were still outstanding, that they're pretty much all metro counties, and it's very legit that that Harris could win all those counties. So that's something that we need to kind of keep an eye out for that. Philadelphia is overwhelmingly going for Kamala Harris at this point. That's the latest numbers that you have on that. And like I said, once again, we're keeping an eye on Atlanta. Beginning of in Georgia, Harris would have to win the remaining vote left to count by around 15 points, which is very doable given that the bulk of it is Metro Atlanta. They just need to look at the county by county election results there. Arizona exit polls look razor tight, but they're missing a lot of minority votes in there, and that could be a good difference. She has a clear shot to win in Arizona. A lot of Trump's counties are in for Georgia, getting close. Back end of the vote count should be more pro-Harris. She has a shot of, but 28% white support, and the exit poll suggests she might have some issues in Georgia. That was one that we were talking about a little bit earlier as well. Based on the NBC National exit poll, Harris would win the popular vote by +1. We're probably looking at a blue wall plus Nebraska 2 and the Nevada map, with the possibility of North Carolina tight race. So we're keeping an eye on this. It's going to be tighter. I think that there are a lot of people thought this, there were certain people thinking this might get a blowout, but it is going to indeed be tight. The rural margins for Trump in North Carolina are a bit more modest. He's making some gains in the eyeball level, but not major gains. Exit poll for North Carolina, Harris looks good. Exit poll for Georgia feels about points short. We'll have to see how those work out. When you look at Atlanta metro area, this is from a little bit ago. The early vote counts in Rockdale County, 76% for Harris. That was 70% for Biden. So that's an improvement. Douglas County, 66% for Harris. That was, 62% for Biden. In Fayette County, Harris is winning by 61%. Trump won Fayette County with 53% in 2020. So definitely seeing some improvement there. We'll have to see how it plays out. Once again, though, the game plan was, she has to win. Harris has to win a bulk of the toss-up states for her to have the chance to be able to win this election. She's on path right now in Pennsylvania, in North Carolina, Michigan, Wisconsin, to take those states. That Nebraska race, as a matter of fact, looking at Nebraska, once again, that's one of the two states that award electoral votes on the individual House districts. And currently, she's actually leading in 2 of the House districts over there. I think it was Nebraska 2 was the one that she was expected to win. She is absolutely dominating there by, you can call that one, I think. At this point, it's 60 to 38% with half the vote in. I don't think it's going to come back for Trump. That's pretty much the Omaha metro area. But then there's the district around that area. And right now, that's Harris is leading that one 54 to 44. So, it is going to be interesting to see that. We've been paying attention to Kansas, which is razor thin right now, and that's with 45% of the vote in. Trump is now leading, but only leading by 6,000 votes in Kansas. We'll have to see how that goes. So, and then Iowa, which has got only 15% of the vote in, but right now Harris is winning in Iowa, 150,000 to 123,000. You know, judging by some of the comments I am seeing on social media, I need to remind you of what happened last election, is that there was a real emotional roller coaster ride that was going on when there was a lot of people that had said, oh, the Democrats had lost, Trump had won a second term. And Joe Biden had to come on out and say, no, wait for Pennsylvania, to which they did. And then, of course, then came Georgia, and then came Arizona, and that was the end of that. You know, it's yes, Florida getting called that quickly was a little disappointing, but Florida, as we talked a little bit with Cliff Schechter last hour, I mean, they did everything in their power to make sure Florida, he was threatening TV stations that were airing pro abortion constitutional amendment, ads, and let's not skip past the first part of that, which is that they created a standard where you needed to have 60% of the popular vote, 60%, to basically be able to, get a constitutional amendment passed in the state, which is, that's just rigging the playing field. Remember, that's what they tried to do in Ohio as well. They tried to change that the last second. You have the thing in the South, and I talked about this on the show earlier today. You go to the South, and if you are in a white Republican area of the South, you walk into a polling station, and there's 100 polling stations. There's 40 volunteers. There's coffee. There's cookies. Everyone, they've got plenty of options and stickers and all that good stuff. You go to a predominantly black or a Democratic polling station, there's three polling stations. They don't have any pens. There's 2 volunteers, and there's a 5-hour wait. This has always been how they have done it. They've been doing this in the South forever. And they do this in Republican states because what does it do? Is it stops the Democrats from being able to vote. And if they vote, they lose. And so that's kind of how they do it. So, I want to remind you, if Harris wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, if she gets that Nebraska seat, if she gets Nevada and Arizona, I think she just needs to be one of those. She's going to win. She's going to win the presidency of the United States. Those are just the numbers. So just keep an eye on this, and don't just let everyone wants this to be over, because this has been a freaking nightmare of an election cycle. But have faith in the process. Pennsylvania is looking really good for the Democrats right now. Michigan's looking pretty good for the Democrats. Wisconsin just started voting, but I think that if those 3 states particularly were definitely looking like they're in the Harris camp. And it comes down to, if you pick up North Carolina, then if she picks up North Carolina, this is over. There's just no, I don't say if Pennsylvania, North Carolina go for Harris, there's just no path to victory for Donald Trump at that point. So we'll have to see how that goes. Once again, in North Carolina, was it 63% of the votes have been counted? 63% of the votes have been counted there. And that is, so, and it still is relatively close. It's, within 4 points. And reminder, most of the votes that are outstanding are metro area North Carolina. And once again, those are breaking heavily towards the Democrats. So we'll have to see. And like I said, what I think I found interesting about the AP's thing is AP has not called Missouri yet. The AP has not called Missouri yet, but everyone else has. And maybe the AP knows something here, because now they got Harris in the lead in Missouri now by a 0.1, not by much. Looks like that'd be 140 votes, basically. But she is leading in Missouri. So interesting to see there. We've got more polls going to be closing here in just a little bit. I believe that gets us into Arizona will be closing, as well as, I do believe it's at 10 o'clock tonight. The West Coast the states will close, and we'll have to see how this goes. But stay with us. Once again, we are here all the way in through to 11 o'clock tonight to give you updates on all the elections here and break down everything there. Fannie Willis, that she won, by the way. She did win re-election. That's the prosecutor who's prosecuting Trump, down in Georgia. She won her seat handily once again. Let's take a break. We'll come on back. We'll check in with Election Central once again. We'll just see. Well, like I said, the tick-tock goes the clock. We're waiting on the call for Amy Klobuchar in that Senate race. We'll see if we've got that when we come on back. It is election night coverage right here on AM 950.
Hey, it's Robert Pilot, host of Native Roots Radio Presents I'm Awake. Tomorrow, join us at 5 for our post-election show. We'll dive deep in what happened at the polls and look at how some of the Native candidates fared on both the national and state levels. Native Roots Radio is where we cover Native American news and issues that impact us all, because Native issues are human issues and human issues are Native issues. That's our post-election show tomorrow at 5 p.m.
Hey, it's Tom. Let's talk about solar. Not just as a smart choice for clean energy, but as a powerful investment in your future. With All Energy Solar, you get a system that can actually pay for itself in as little as 8 years. And once it's up and running, you're looking at low maintenance and a lot of savings. All Energy Solar has been helping Minnesotans move to clean, affordable energy for over 15 years. They'll work with you to create a personalized energy system, no matter how unique your home or business might be. And All Energy Solar will walk you through every step, from the proposal to design work on your roof, right down to working with your utility company to flip the switch. And they make sure you're saving as much as possible with every rebate and incentive available. So make the switch to solar, cut your energy bills, and do something great for the planet. Book your free solar assessment today at allenergysolar.com. That's allenergysolar.com.
Did you know Ghostbox Radio with Greg Bakken airs 5 nights a week at 10 p.m.? That's 5 nights of talking about ghosts, ufology, Bigfoot, and so much more. We're talking about the paranormal every Monday through Friday with some of the most trusted names in the field. Join us and step into the unknown with Ghostbox Radio with Greg Bakken, Monday through Friday at 10 p.m. Only if you dare.
This is Andy Otto, your host of Twin Cities Pride Amplified, inviting you to join us this Saturday at 3 p.m. as we get to know Arnold Dahl Woolley, a member of the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe, who is also a Two-Spirit educator and activist. We'll chat with Arnold about the great work he's doing in building community in the Bemidji area, including the opening of a new community space. That's this Saturday at 3 p.m., right here on AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota.
Hi, AM 950 listeners. This is Bruce Klaufleisch, host of Politics Matters. Thanks for tuning into our election night coverage, your voice in action. Why listen to mainstream media's coverage when you can listen to us key in on the races that affect us, as well as the national ones? On my upcoming show, we will discuss the election results. Did Harris win? Did the Democrats retake the House and keep the Senate? Did the Democrats keep control of the Minnesota legislature? What will be the effects of these results on you? Tune into Politics Matters with Bruce Klaufleisch, Sunday at 5 p.m. to find out.
It is AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota. Matt McNeil with election night coverage here as we're keeping track of things that are going on right now. I will say this, and I brought this up during the show today. We should note that Russia called in a bunch of bomb threats to predominantly black districts in Georgia to shut them down to try to affect the vote. Now, their court order basically is allowing those districts to get longer votes because of that there, so it not necessarily succeeding. But, you know, as I sort of said, it's like, okay, we want to just skip past the fact that clearly Russia got some help from somebody to know who to target with this. And we should not just skip past that, because it sounds like somebody in this country worked with a foreign government to try to disrupt an American election. I think that should be a little bit bigger of a point, if I can make that. So I don't know how much we got to update on, but let's go over right now. Let's get an Election Central update, our final one of my time here. Let's go over. Greg Bakken is keeping track of things, seeing how things are going. Greg, any new updates for us?
So there really is. I'm going to do a refresh here real fast. No new updates. It's slowly coming in for the Senate race. Only 11 of 87 counties reporting. Chad, what did you have for us here?
Cloud 14B
St. Cloud 14B.
Dan Wolgram was up with 20% reporting by about 20 points.
Okay, so in 14B, Dan Wolgram was up by, you said 20 points. Okay. Okay, thank you. And other than that, only other thing I noticed is you mentioned in the last segment about Missouri, and AP is now calling Missouri for Donald Trump. So that's Donald Trump 188 and Kamala Harris 99.
All right, and thank you very much. I appreciate that update. And once again, I want to make sure I tell people, you say, oh, well, look at all these red states. No, this is always the way it is. This is always the way it is. You've got to pay attention to the other states. Now, you know that the West Coast is all going to go for Harris. 54 for California. Oregon is electoral 8, and Washington is 12. So that is a total of 74 votes there. It's again, right now, things looking really positive in Pennsylvania. It's definitely got a lead for her as we're going right now. And those numbers coming in from those metro areas are looking pretty strong. Michigan, Wisconsin as well. We have to just sit and wait here and figure out what's going to happen. And that's the case, is that, you people want this to be something that happens quick. It's not going to happen quick. I have a feeling we'll have a pretty good idea. Like I said, we're keeping an eye on North Carolina. That's at 64% of the votes coming in right now. But once again, a lot of the metro areas have not yet reported, and that's got Trump currently leading. But the reality is when you look at the numbers of what is out there, and in Georgia as well, it definitely looks like Harris has got the advantage. This is going to be close. But I think enough people went out there and worked, and it's going to fall for Kamala Harris. We'll see. And then, we have to go. But I mean, if it's one of those things where you have to wait until the votes are counted. That's the key. You can't just expect it to happen. It is interesting. That's what does happen kind of in England, where they have actually a moratorium. Some countries actually do that. They have a moratorium on what you can report before the election. And so it's like all of a sudden the first results you see are a pretty good bellwether of what you're about to see. And it's pretty remarkable that comes on out. That's what exactly happened when the Labour Party came back strong there in England. I actually heard, and I said this earlier today too, I actually heard from a lot of people overseas and saying, you guys, this is not going to happen again. Is it? This is not going to happen again. Well, I hope not. I really do hope not. I think this country would be irreparably damaged. And I think it would be the end of democracy in this country if Donald Trump wins. That's for sure. But, you can only do so much. And I know a lot of people work their cabooses off. I know people that went out and wrote postcards. I know people that went out and did mailers and did all these things and door knocked and did all the things that they needed to do. And they worked really, really hard. Governor Walz was out on that campaign trail working as hard as anyone else. It comes down to the votes, and it's going to be close. Like I said, I'm feeling pretty confident. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin go Democrat. I'm confident Nevada goes Democrat. And at that point, it's pretty much done. If that's what happens, if the rest of the states that are supposed to go Democrat do a Democrat. And we got a reminder that Iowa is still out there, where just a few days ago, they had a poll that came out that said that Kamala Harris was ahead. And I will say this about Stein. Jeff does get a lot of Republicans over there. And when we talked to him last hour about this, I will say it was a little bit. I think he was a little dismissive of this, because this is not somebody who all of a sudden you can say, "Wow, she's wildly off." No, I don't think you could say that at all. And Iowa, it's not a lot. It's 6 electoral college votes, but those are 6 that wouldn't be in Trump's camp, and they'd be in the Harris camp, and that makes it even more difficult for the Republicans to kind of try to win this back via the court cases. So obviously we're keeping track of a lot of different things right now. Anticipate, my guess is going to be, Maine, by the way, is really taking a long time. They only had 4% of the vote counted there. It is not going fast in Maine, but I guess, they're taking some breaks, rocking on a rocking chair on the porch. I don't know why they're so far behind. I'm anticipating Maine overall, Virginia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Colorado, New Mexico, Nevada, California, Oregon, Washington. By the time we get to the West Coast, I think this is going to be good news for us, and we'll have to see. But once again, you look at this; it's 188 to 99 right now for Trump, and you've got a lot of states have yet to be called. But the states that he has gotten called for him are the states that he was basically, they're pretty much a shoo-in. And like I said, there are still a few states which are a little bit okay. Kansas is not done yet. Iowa is favoring the Dems right now. We'll have to see how this goes, but. Stay with us. Once again, we got full coverage, including Robert Pilot's going to be coming on and talking about some of his candidates he's keeping a track of. At the top of the hour, Brett Johnson's taking over. Bruce Klopfleisch is taking over as well. They're going to take you for the next 2 hours. Probably, obviously the West Coast is at 10 o'clock. We'll have a good idea of where things are lying there. And as we get more results coming in from North Carolina and as well as from Pennsylvania, like I said, if North Carolina and Pennsylvania go for Kamala Harris, then there's not the math for Trump to be able to kind of win the White House. So keep your fingers crossed. Keep going here. We have got, once again, lots of coverage and, of course, recap coverage tomorrow. I want to encourage you to join me on my show, the Matt McNeil Show, from 3 until 5 tomorrow. I'll have full results of the national races as well as the state races. We'll give you updates on that, give you an update on whether the Minnesota House stays with the Democrats, go to the Republicans, the Senate seat, the one Minnesota Senate seat, where that stands as well. And obviously, and it's still no result. Still no result necessarily. They haven't called the Senate race. In the past, they've called that one really quick, but I guess they're waiting for actually some votes to come on in this time. To give you an idea where that's at, Hennepin County only has about 3,000 votes reported. So I still think pretty confidently for Amy Klobuchar. Stay with us. More election night coverage coming up here, right here on AM 950.
Join me, Tom Hartman, where smart people get their news. The Tom Hartman Program on AM 950, KTNF, St. Louis Park, Minneapolis, St. Paul, the progressive voice of Minnesota. Hey, it's Tom. In today's world, fake news spreads 6 times faster than facts, and myths about solar energy are no exception. So let's clear up a few big ones with help from All Energy Solar. First up, there's this idea that solar's just too expensive. Now, sure, the upfront cost may look steep, but with tax incentives and savings on your utility bill, solar pays for itself. The experts at All Energy Solar will guide you through the whole process to ensure you receive every available incentive. Another myth is solar's not reliable. Well, not so. Pairing solar with energy storage means you can capture power on sunny days and keep things running smoothly even when the power grid's down. And how about this one? Solar panels don't work in cooler, cloudy climates. Actually, solar panels rely on sunlight, not heat, so they're efficient even in colder places. The truth is, choosing a provider you can trust is the key. And All Energy Solar is committed to making solar accessible to everyone. Book your free solar site assessment today at allenergysolar.com.
This is Andy Otto, your host of Twin Cities Pride Amplified, inviting you to join us this Saturday at 3 p.m. as we get to know Arnold Dahl-Woolley, a member of the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe, who is also a Two-Spirit educator and activist. We'll chat with Arnold about the great work he's doing in building community in the Bemidji area, including the opening of a new community space. That's this Saturday at 3 p.m., right here on AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota.
Twin Cities Con returns to the Minneapolis Convention Center for the 4th year, November 8th through 10th. Twin Cities Con is a celebration of comics, toys, TV, film, art, cosplay, games, and all things nerdy. There is nothing like Twin Cities Con. It's also a family-friendly event where you can meet your favorite celebrities, browse the vendor hall and artist alley for the coolest merch, watch celebrity Q&As, and even more. Twin Cities Con is bigger and better than ever before. Come see from Star Wars, the Emperor himself, Ian McDermott, along with Anakin Skywalker, Hayden Christensen, John DiMaggio, who is Bender from Futurama, WWE Hall of Fame wrestler Sting, and Sunday only Grant Gustin from The Flash and Glee, plus more guests to be announced. 3 days of action-packed fun is in the heart of Minneapolis at the Minneapolis Convention Center. Tickets start at $40. Kids tickets are just $8 for the entire weekend. VIP tickets also available, including a 3-day weekend pass, plus some really cool VIP perks. Buy your tickets and get more information at TwinCitiesCon.com. Greg Bakken here. What a political season. And quite frankly, I think we can all do with a respite from it all. I want to invite you to listen to my show, Ghostbox Radio, every night at 10 p.m. Ghostbox Radio can give you that break with great guests talking about the paranormal, past conspiracies, and whether we're alone in the universe. And Wednesday, we talk with Randy West about Hollywood's dirty laundry. Ghostbox Radio airs nightly at 10 p.m. on AM 950.
Hey, it's Patrick. We're headed full speed ahead into the holiday season, so the biggest question facing your home is going to be, is it ready for the holiday season? And if you look around at your carpet, tile, rugs, upholstery, and the answer is no, you need to call my cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Some people hire a deal of the day carpet cleaner to save a little money, but trust shouldn't come that way. Think about it. There is no licensing required to be a professional carpet cleaner. Don't DIY it. Call Zero Res because you know it's safe and effective. The Zero Res Gotta Love It guarantee makes it easy to get what you pay for. Zero Res absolutely stands behind every cleaning, so go ahead and get clean and don't miss this deal. Get back to clean and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take $75 off an air duct cleaning. Call my friends at Zero Res right now at 952-ZERO-RES or go online to ZeroResMinnesota.com and say you want the AM950 special. Backward or forward spells the same. Zero Res.
Hi, everyone. Matt McNeil here. Join me on Wednesday's edition of the Matt McNeil Show. Full breakdown of the election results. National races, statewide races. We'll have it all. Jeff Stein will join us. He'll give us his thoughts on the national races, and we'll talk with you as well. 952-946-6205. 952-946-6205 is the phone number. 3 to 5 on your Wednesday afternoon. It's the Matt McNeil Show right here on the Progressive Voice of Minnesota, AM 950.
Spring and summer is the right time to install your fireplace. Find your perfect fireplace and have it installed and ready before the cold weather hits again. If you already have a wood fireplace, consider a fireplace insert or check out the entire selection at Woodland Stoves and Fireplaces on East Franklin and Riverside in Minneapolis. It will transform your inefficient fireplace into a reliable, environmentally smart heating system.
This is Peter Solak, owner of Woodland Stoves and Fireplaces. Have you ever watched your dog or cat curl up in front of a fire? It's primordial, the way it touches both the animal and the human. We know that fire reaches deep into the heart and soul. Let us show you how. We have over 35 working units on display here in Minneapolis. We are located at the east end of Riverside Avenue at 2901 East Franklin. From I-94, take the Riverside Avenue exit. Find us also online at woodlandstoves.com. Let us help you make a fireplace part of your life.
Woodland Stoves and Fireplaces, out of the ordinary products and services since 1977.
With your AM 950 weather, I'm Brett Johnson. Look for partly cloudy skies tonight with a low around 36, Wednesday cloudy with a high near 48, and Thursday sunny with a high near 49. Grab a tray at Cafe Latte's Cafeteria and select from a wide variety of soups and sandwiches. The bakery has fresh baked bread daily, along with cakes and more. And the Pizza and Wine Bar features gourmet pizzas that pair perfectly with their 30-plus wines by the glass. Located off Victoria and Grand, more at cafelatte.com.
Portions of the following program may be pre-recorded.
And you are listening to AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota, as we are covering the 2024 elections here on AM 950. I'm Brett Johnson, joined alongside by Bruce Klopfleisch, as we will take you through the remainder of the evening up until about 11 o'clock or so, depending on what results we do or do not have. We might stick around a little beyond 11 if we have some key races that are close to being called, but I don't know. The way this is going so far, I'm thinking it's going to be an election, at least on the presidential side, that's probably going to be decided at least within the next few days, if not longer, because, man, it is awfully close looking at a lot of these battleground states right now. What are you thinking right now, Bruce?
Yeah, I was, at least before the election, cautiously optimistic that Harris would pull it out, but I did think it was, we would tell early on, I think, from some of the East Coast states, how close it might be. And at least those states are still being competitive. So yeah, I think we're going to be in for, hopefully not as long as 2020, but I think we're going to be in for a long, couple, 3 days at least, waiting to see what happens here. We'll have to see what happens on the West Coast, obviously, later, but yeah, it's pretty close right now.
Yeah, at least when it comes to some of those West Coast races, obviously Washington, Oregon, California, those are all going to be in Kamala Harris's column, but a lot of those House races could be very key when it comes to determining who is going to control the House of Representatives, because correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the Democrats only need to flip 4 seats and only to take control of that chamber, and hopefully they get the gavel out of Mike Johnson's hands, because we're going to really need that come January 6th when they're going to be tabulating the electoral votes, because I at least have a feeling that Mike Johnson and Donald Trump are going to be playing some games coming up once they try to certify those results. So hopefully we have Hakeem Jeffries leading that vote count instead of Mike Johnson.
Yeah, and in California in particular is where the Democrats were targeting flipping some of those House races because they were so close. And you're going to have to wait for those probably too, because California is a state that has some long wait times for mail-in ballots and stuff. So you're going to have to wait, like we did earlier with some of those elections. And yeah, there's some to be had there, I think. But yeah, they need 4, but they got to keep all theirs, or at least they got to gain a net gain of 4 to flip the House.
And you mentioned to me before the show, 4 is really the magic number, especially if you live in Minnesota. As we just mentioned, 4 is the number of seats Democrats need to flip in order to take control of the U.S. House of Representatives. Now, when we look at the Minnesota State House of Representatives, Republicans need to flip 4 seats in order to take control of that chamber. Right now, the DFL has a 70-64 majority, so Republicans would need to get up to 68 seats in order to take control of that chamber. So lots of close races we're going to be taking a look at here in Minnesota. We'll recap those in just a second. Like I said, my name is Brett Johnson, joined alongside by Bruce Klopfleisch, as we'll be taking you through the rest of the evening. And here's what we have planned during the 9 and 10 o'clock hours. We'll still be checking in with Greg Bakken over at Election Central. We'll probably do that a couple times this hour, depending on what results we have. At least since the last update, we don't have a whole lot that's really changed. That is at least having a material impact on a lot of these elections. So we'll be checking in with Greg Bakken throughout the next 2 hours. Coming up at 9:30, I'll be joined by Patrick Kulikan of the Minnesota Reformer. You, of course, are probably familiar with hearing my conversations with him every Tuesday afternoon at about 4:15 on the Matt McNeil Show. We'll chat with Patrick Kulikan and get his thoughts, especially on these races with the Minnesota State Legislature, and his overall thoughts on what he's been seeing so far in many of the races. His magic number he was talking about was 6 in terms of what it would take for Kamala Harris to win Minnesota by, for Dems to hang on to the Minnesota House of Representatives. So we'll have to see if his thinking has changed on that. So that'll be Patrick Kulikan coming up at 9:30. Then to get things going to kick off the 10 o'clock hour, we'll be joined by Mike Crute of the Devil's Advocates radio show. He, of course, is based out of Wisconsin, which I think I've heard is a battleground state that was very close.
Yeah, I think I heard that too.
Yeah. With lots of shady shenanigans, as I'll say, that happened in Wisconsin in 2020 with Republicans doing all sorts of things, trying to invalidate drop boxes. So we'll be chatting with Crute to see what's happening over in Wisconsin, since they have not only, of course, the presidential election, but also Tammy Baldwin's reelection effort in that state. But I don't know about you, Bruce. I'm thinking Tammy's got a good chance to win reelection on the Senate side.
Well, yeah, from what I've seen so far, yeah, she's ahead. But one thing I'll be interested in, at least when it comes to Wisconsin, is they got new maps for their state House and Senate too. Wisconsin was one of those states where the Democrats would get a lot of votes, but they wouldn't get any power in the state legislature there. So that's one thing we'll have to ask Mike about is has he seen any trends there, and does he think the Democrats are going to at least pick up some more seats at the state level over in Wisconsin?
What I've at least been hearing about what could happen in Wisconsin is that the state Senate is probably a stretch for Democrats to take control of that chamber, but the House is very much in play, which is unbelievable to think about. Just 10 years ago, how gerrymandered that state was. I think if I go back to the 2012 election where Barack Obama defeated Mitt Romney by a couple points in that state, Republicans still ended up controlling like 63% of the legislative seats, even though they lost the presidential election in that state. So they desperately needed that gerrymandering, or that undoing of gerrymandering Supreme Court case to go through, to at least give Dems a chance in that state to move it at least in a purple direction instead of this very far right way that it's going right now.
Yeah, and that's curiously enough, this is one of the topics I'm covering with my political science classes right now is gerrymandering, and how lots of people don't know what it is, don't know that it's out there. But this is one way that a party can keep power for itself. And this is another reason why the census every 10 years is so important, because those are what the next maps are based off of. And whichever party is in power, they can draw them the way that they want to. Now in Minnesota, that's usually what happens in Minnesota is the parties don't agree on a map. And then somebody sues, and then the Minnesota Supreme Court ultimately kind of decides for them. So I'll be curious to hear from Mike what's going on in Wisconsin, and hopefully Baldwin's able to pull that one out.
Yeah, absolutely. Because Dems, at least on the Senate side, in terms of trying to flip those seats, that I was really hoping they would be able to knock off Ted Cruz and Rick Scott. I know Rick Scott has already been projected to win in Florida. I don't think they've called the Ted Cruz versus Colin Allred race, but so far Cruz is ahead in that one. It looks like by about 9 percentage points, with 70% of the vote in. I'm just going to zoom in and see if we have some of these big cities that are maybe still reporting results. The county that has Dallas is about 89% reported. The county that has Houston is about 70% in. So let's hope there's some more blue votes in Texas. Otherwise, Ted Cruz, Cancun Cruz, is really going to go back to the Senate. You would think, after just being such an absentee senator for so many years, Texans would finally have enough of this guy. I mean, he's nothing more than a partisan hack.
Well, I hate to break it to you, Brett, but I'm looking at the NBC News page, and they've called it for Cruz because he's up 70%. They've got so far, and he's up by 9.
Yeah, so it looks like, well, it doesn't look like NBC News is already calling that as a Ted Cruz victory. So the best flips for the Democrats looks like they're not going to happen with Florida and Texas, but there is an interesting race in Nebraska that we'll talk about in just a few minutes. But I do want to take some time and welcome another person who's going to be part of our election coverage for the next 2 hours into the show. That's Robert Pilot, who, of course, hosts Native Roots Radio, presents I'm Awake. It's our Native American talk show that you can hear weekdays from 5 until 6 p.m. As Robert is joining us with some election updates and thoughts, I believe throughout the evening, he might also be joined by Robert Lilligren, who, of course, is a former member of the Minneapolis City Council and very connected politically. Let's see, Robert, do we have you there? Looks like we don't have Robert right now, so we'll go ahead and try to get a hold of him a little bit later on, as we don't have Robert joining us quite yet. But as I teased just a few moments ago, this is really interesting what's happening in Nebraska right now with their Senate race. Because even though, as I mentioned, we don't really have good news to report out of Texas or Florida, with Republicans holding on to both of those Senate seats, Nebraska's a different story. So Deb Fischer is a Republican who is the incumbent in that state, and she is running against a guy named Dan Osborne. Now, Dan Osborne is not a member of either party. He's an independent.
Right.
Democrats chose not to run a candidate in that Senate. With 40% of the vote in, Osborne is up 53 to 47, which would make things very interesting if he hangs on with that seat, because he has come out and said that he is not going to caucus with either party. So he'll essentially just be an independent and not be affiliated with either party, which would cause quite a bit of havoc in the Senate if we have a very closely divided Senate. So my question for you, Bruce, since you're kind of our civics guy, how would he get any committee assignments if he's not a member of either party? Would he still get any committee assignments, or is that something he would have to negotiate with?
Well, I think he would have to negotiate and with, whichever party is the majority. Just from what I know about him, which isn't a whole lot, because he's like one of the unknown guys here. But I think the Democrats threw their support behind him, which is one reason why he I think is at least right now he's ahead. He's his job as a union guy. He's a union rep. Has recently led a strike against a business in Nebraska. So I think his policies are more on the Democratic side. But Brett and I were talking earlier about, well, what happens if the Senate is 50 to 49 and then he wins? What's going to happen there? But my guess, and it's just a guess, is I think he's going to be more like a Democrat. He's going to be he'll call himself an independent, but so does Bernie Sanders and so does Angus King, and they're basically Democrats too. So, hopefully that's what he would end up doing. But he says, I heard one of his interviews where he said, yeah, he doesn't plan on caucusing with either side.
Well, let's hope he's not the type of independent like Joe Manchin or Kirsten Sinema.
Right.
We've certainly had enough of them.
Oh, thank God they're both gone.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, that West Virginia Senate seat, no surprise, flipped to Jim Justice, the former Democrat. So really no big, nothing that was too much out of the ordinary there. In fact, man, he's winning 68 to 28% in that race. So West Virginia has certainly gone red in their race. Looking at some of the results right now, let's go back to the presidential side and take a look at what's happening, at least in Georgia, because I've had a chance to look at a couple of these battleground counties in Georgia to see how well Harris is performing compared to how Joe Biden did back in 2020. And there were a few I'm keeping an eye on in the state of Georgia. And one is Cobb County, which is located just outside of Atlanta.
Right.
So right now that county has 85% of the vote in, and Kamala is leading Trump by a margin of about 57 to 42, which is not necessarily a bad thing because Biden won that county by a 56-42 margin. So Kamala Harris is slightly overperforming what Joe Biden did back in 2020 in Cobb County. There's another one I'm keeping an eye on. This isn't necessarily a battleground county, but it's a significant area in Georgia, and that's Fulton County, which is the largest county in Georgia. That includes Atlanta.
Right.
Now, right now we have 84% of the vote in right now in Fulton County, and Kamala Harris is receiving 71.5% of the vote. Donald Trump is receiving 27.5% of the vote. Now, on the surface, that looks really good for Democrats until we take a look at what happened back in 2020. Because Joe Biden ended up winning 83% of the vote in that county as compared to Kamala, who right now is hovering at about 71 or 72. But you brought up an interesting aspect of what could be happening in Fulton County with some of those bomb threats we saw earlier in the day, correct?
Yeah, some of the early on, some of the bomb threats were specifically in Fulton County. So they extended the poll time. And it's not just in Georgia, by the way. It's in other states as well. There's been numerous bomb threats that, at least some of the initial reports where these are from Russians that did it. It wouldn't surprise me if some of these were, Republicans that are doing it, or at least people who support Trump, to try and, muck up the system so that Harris doesn't win that state, or a winner's not declared and they have to go to, they end up going to court over it or something. So, but yeah, that at least the latest one that I'm just looking at with Georgia has, Trump's pulled ahead now with 81% of the vote in. He's up by about 4.5. So initially my thought on Georgia was I didn't think Harris was going to pull that one out. Just because some of the stuff that I was reading about Georgia and, it looks like, people have been saying, well, there's going to be, he's going to get more black vote. And maybe Georgia was a state where he did. If you look at the results from Fulton County, because Harris is down from what Biden had.
Yeah, she's underperforming by about 11 percentage points. And
yeah,
maybe that's the case where some of those voters who weren't able to vote earlier haven't had their votes tabulated yet. Hopefully that's the case, because that's an area where she's really going to make up some ground. And what's disappointing about that result in Fulton County is that she is overperforming what Biden did in 2020 in some other counties in Georgia, including Baldwin County, which is kind of near the central part of the state. Let's see if I can pull that one up over in Baldwin County, Georgia, if we can find that one. So right now, Donald Trump is leading in Baldwin County by about a 50 to 49 margin. He ended up winning Baldwin County by a 51-49 margin. So it's almost the same, but Harris is largely holding her own. But yeah, she's got to make up those votes over in Fulton County in order to have a chance in that state. But
yeah, and remember, Biden only won by just under 12,000 votes, which isn't a lot.
Now, the good news, if Kamala doesn't win Georgia, she still has a path towards
Right.
winning the election through that blue wall, and even in North Carolina, where I'm still convinced that she has a very good chance at winning in North Carolina, simply because the Republicans have run such an atrocious candidate for governor who has just made all sorts of controversial statements and has had a very checkered past with that porn website, among other negative aspects that have come against him during this campaign. So I'm hoping North Carolina could still be in play as well.
Well, from what I'm seeing right now is 73% of the vote in, and Trump is ahead 52.5 to 46. So the hope is that the remaining 27% is, Democratic areas.
Well, here's the good news with that.
Okay.
The county that includes Charlotte, North Carolina, one of the largest cities in that state, that county only has 18% of their results reported. So good news there with some of these metro areas that haven't necessarily reported all their results. Looking at some other ones, the county that includes Durham, that one's almost fully reported. Let's see, Wilmington is almost fully reported. Cumberland County is only at about 21%. That's kind of a blue district or a blue county as well. So Harris does have a chance at picking up some of these other blue counties that haven't necessarily reported all of their results quite yet, or are very early when it comes to reporting their results. So hopefully Kamala still has some room to pull things out in North Carolina.
Yeah, and my hope is that some of the non-reported ones are like on college campuses. Because I was hearing that, the lines were long and everything, and which I think is a good sign for the Democrats. So if those might be a little slow coming in, just because they got overwhelmed a little bit by the sounds of it. But yeah, because I think if she wins North Carolina, I mean that's a good sign for her. Assuming the rest of them fall into play.
I would have a tough time seeing Kamala Harris winning North Carolina and then not winning the national election. That just doesn't quite compute in my head, that we would have Harris win North Carolina, then Donald Trump take Michigan, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania, or even multiples of those states. So I would think, if North Carolina ends up going Harris's way, she's got a good chance to end up winning the election, at least at the national level. Taking a look at Pennsylvania, they only have about 54% of the vote in, and that is still a very close election there, with Trump leading by about a 51 to 49% margin there. At least looking at some of the major counties, let's see, Delaware County, which I believe includes Philadelphia, is only at about 26% reported right now. Or no, that's my mistake. Philadelphia County, very cleverly named, is at 55% of the vote counted right now. So they at least have about half their votes still to be counted in that area. And then let's look at the other big metropolitan area. Pittsburgh has about 74% of their vote in. That's Allegheny County, but also includes the city of Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I think Pennsylvania is a state where it might take them a while to get all the count done. So
I heard there was some hope that maybe we would get some official results out of like North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Georgia tonight, but Pennsylvania especially looks very, very tight. So I'm thinking we're probably not going to have final results in that state, but maybe by 11 o'clock, we should have a good indication as to which direction that race may end up going. You are listening to election night coverage here on AM950, your voice in action. I'm Brett Johnson, joined alongside by Bruce Klopfleisch. We have Greg Bakken in Election Central. We'll also be joined a little bit later on by Robert Pilot and Robert Lilligren for some frequent check-ins. Let's go ahead and take a break. And when we come back, we're going to take a brief look at some of the Minnesota races that we're taking a look at. And then don't forget, at about 9:35, we'll be joined by Patrick Kulikan of the Minnesota Reformers. So still lots more to get to as you're listening to AM950's Election Night coverage, your voice in action.
Hi, this is Laura. Listen to Food Freedom Radio every Saturday at 8 a.m. or anytime via podcast. Our individual health is connected to the health of each other, and connected to the health of the earth. We know the problems with the dominant food system: climate change, deadening soils, nitrates in the water, factory farming, injustice, concentration of wealth. How do we both as individuals and as a community step up and support a living food system which honors the earth? Tune to Food Freedom Radio every Saturday at 8 a.m. and remember to support your independent farmers.
Hey, it's Robert Pilot, host of Native Roots Radio Presents I'm Awake. Tomorrow, join us at 5 for our post-election show. We'll dive deep in what happened at the polls and look at how some of our Native candidates fared on both the national and state levels. Native Roots Radio is where we cover Native American news and issues that impact us all, because Native issues are human issues and human issues are Native issues. That's our post-election show tomorrow at 5 p.m.
Hey, it's Patrick. We're headed full speed ahead into the holiday season, so the biggest question facing your home is going to be, is it ready for the holiday season? And if you look around at your carpet, tile, rugs, upholstery, and the answer is no, you need to call my cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Some people hire a deal of the day carpet cleaner to save a little money, but trust shouldn't come that way. Think about it. There is no licensing required to be a professional carpet cleaner. Don't DIY it. Call Zero Res because you know it's safe and effective. The Zero Res Gotta Love It guarantee makes it easy to get what you pay for. Zero Res absolutely stands behind every cleaning, so go ahead and get clean and don't miss this deal. Get back to clean and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take $75 off an air duct cleaning. Call my friends at Zero Res right now at 952-ZERO-RES or go online to ZeroResMinnesota.com and say you want the AM950 special. Backward or forward spells the same. Zero Res.
Hi, AM950 listeners. This is Bruce Cloudfleisch, host of Politics Matters. Thanks for tuning into our election night coverage. Your voice in action. Why listen to mainstream media's coverage when you can listen to us key in on the races that affect us, as well as the national ones? On my upcoming show, we will discuss the election results. Did Harris win? Did the Democrats retake the House and keep the Senate? Did the Democrats keep control of the Minnesota legislature? What will be the effects of these results on you? Tune into Politics Matters with Bruce Cloudfleisch, Sunday at 5 p.m. to find out.
With your AM950 weather, I'm Brett Johnson. Look for partly cloudy skies tonight with a low around 36, Wednesday cloudy with a high near 48, and Thursday sunny with a high near 49. Grab a tray at Cafe Latte's Cafeteria and select from a wide variety of soups and sandwiches. The bakery has fresh baked bread daily, along with cakes and more. And the Pizza and Wine Bar features gourmet pizzas that pair perfectly with their 30-plus wines by the glass. Located off Victoria and Grand, more at cafelatte.com. You're listening to AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota. It is election night 2024, your voice in action, and we're glad to have you with us instead of tuning into one of those national cable networks. We are providing local coverage of not only the national races, but what's happening in Minnesota as well. Before we get to Patrick Coolican, who will be joining us from the Minnesota Reformer a little bit beyond the bottom of the hour, probably about 9:35 or so, let's go ahead and toss things over to Election Central, where Greg Bakken is going to provide us with an update.
Brett and Bruce, how are you doing? Let's start on the national level real fast. Once again, where we're looking at for the presidential race, Kamala has 112 electoral votes, just picking up Colorado and Washington, D.C. Donald Trump is at 198. Over during the break, we'll be putting up the map where everything is falling. But one interesting thing, Brett and Bruce, is that Steve Simon, Minnesota Secretary of State, he had talked about the fact that, yes, the election results for Minnesota are a little bit slower this year than they have in the past. And that's mainly just because of some revised systems that they put into place, and that they want to make sure that when stuff is coming through, there's more at once instead of trickling through. That being said, we take a look over to the result for U.S. Senator. So far, 30 of 87 counties reporting. We have Amy Klobuchar with 44% of the vote. Royce White currently is at 52.26, but once again, that's 7.41% of precincts reporting into the state. With that, I'm going through and seeing what else has been updated. We're starting to get some results for all congressional districts. Going through real fast. Congressional District 2, we have Angie Craig. She's at 60.39%. Joe Tarab is at 37.13%. And more of those precincts are coming in. U.S. Representative District 6, we have Tom Emmer at 69.7%, whereas Gene Hendricks is at 30.17%. Going through, let's see here, for State Representative District 14B, Dan Wolgamott is at 55.67%. Sue Eck is at 44%. 58.01. Going over to Kansas, 3rd Congressional District. We're going outside of Minnesota over to Kansas. We're watching this with some Native American results to it. Sharice Davids is Democrat. Sharice is at 54.6%, and Tathans Reddy is at 41.8. Brett, that's what I have for you right now.
Yeah, that's some good news with what's happening with Sharice Davids, since I know Republicans in that state had tried to gerrymander her pretty much out of existence and weren't successful. So hopefully that holds up, since she is one of the very few Native American representatives that we have in the House of Representatives. So let's hope that results hold.
Yeah.
That result holds. At least in Minnesota, before you start panicking, thinking Royce White is going to defeat Amy Klobuchar. Well, would you like to know how much of the vote is in Hennepin County? There's so few votes in that they're rounding it down to 0%.
Right.
Even though they have tabulated about 3,500 votes, but got news for you. Hennepin County has a few million people that live there. So we have a long ways to go, at least in Hennepin County, when they come and
probably Ramsey County too.
Yeah, Ramsey County, they're at a whopping 1% of the vote in. So
right.
I'm anticipating that Amy's probably going to hang on and win that race. In fact, I'll call that with 99% confidence that she'll win. I'll leave that 1% open in case somehow we see some really weird red wave. But yeah, I'm thinking we're going to have a good chance that Amy Klobuchar is going to return to the Senate. I'll just be curious to see what that margin is, since she has typically won that Senate race in years past by very, very large margins, at least going back to 2012 and 2018.
Right.
Before we take a break, though, I want to get your thoughts on this idea of what we just heard from Greg talking about Steve Simon and the fact that they're going to try to dump more of their votes all at once than trying to have that trickle, which drove me nuts a couple of years ago when I was trying to track results, especially when it came to northern Minnesota, when you're sitting there thinking, when's the Iron Range going to report their results, when you're sitting there and hitting the refresh button at like 1 or 2 in the morning because I have nothing better to do with my time. So I'm hoping what that means, we'll just get all of those Iron Range results and others dumped at one time so we can figure out what's happening in Minnesota. But what are your thoughts on that idea? Do you like that?
I actually, I don't think it's a bad idea. I think you're seeing, well, it's not just Minnesota, by the way. Other states have passed laws, because remember, most of the election laws that we're dealing with are state laws. They're not federal laws. Now, there's a few federal ones that play, but mostly it's state laws. So there's states can do things differently, and there's lots of states that do things differently. That's why we're not going to see a lot of the results from particularly some of these western states until a day or two afterwards. But yeah, it's just a matter of people like want the results as soon as they can get them, so that it can somehow ease their anxiety or something. But from my standpoint, it's just is it going to be is it accurate is the whole thing for me.
Yeah, that would be an important aspect.
If it takes more time to do that, fine. That I'm okay with that. So hopefully we get some of those results here before we go off the air at 11 o'clock or around there. But yeah, my guess is these counties that have been reporting for Royce White are some of the small rural counties where you expect him to do well.
Yeah, especially when only 4% of the vote is entirely in Minnesota. And in fact, that pretty much is the case. As I'm looking through, there's a lot that would be included in the 6th Congressional District, which of course is the very red area of Minnesota that is represented by Tom Emmer, and formerly our good old buddy Michelle Bachmann was the representative in CD6. So a lot of these counties that are going heavily for Royce White are in that very 6th district. So that is going to change as the evening goes on.
And that's one thing to keep in mind with all of these election results is you got to kind of watch, even though Trump's ahead in some of these states, you got to know where where the rest of the votes are coming from. Are they coming from counties or areas of states where the Democrats do well, or are they coming left for the areas where the Republicans do well? So, you can take the, 70%, Trump is ahead, but 30% left, that can be a lot of votes for Harris too. So you got to kind of have an idea of where these votes are still yet to be counted. And more often than not, perhaps, again, depending on what state you're in, they're in the urban areas. They're in the bigger cities where you would think the Democrats are going to do better. It's just going to be a matter of, is she going to do well enough to catch him and then overtake him?
You're listening to AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota. It's our election night coverage, your voice in action. Coming up on the other side of the break, we'll hopefully be joined by Patrick Houlihan of the Minnesota Reformer, as we'll talk about some of the races for the state legislature. Try to see if we can get a hold of him. If not, we still got plenty to talk about, and we can highlight some of those races in the legislature. So stick with us here on AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota.
Hi, everyone. Matt McNeil here. Join me on Wednesday's edition of the Matt McNeil Show. Full breakdown of the election results, national races, statewide races. We'll have it all. Jeff Stein will join us. He'll give us his thoughts on the national races, and we'll talk with you as well. 952-946-6205. 952-946-6205 is the phone number. 3 to 5 on your Wednesday afternoon. It's the Matt McNeil Show right here on the progressive voice of Minnesota, AM 950.
Greg Bakken here. What a political season. And quite frankly, I think we can all do with a respite from it all. I want to invite you to listen to my show, Ghostbox Radio, every night at 10 p.m. Ghostbox Radio can give you that break with great guests talking about the paranormal, past conspiracies, and whether we're alone in the universe. And Wednesday, we talk with Randy West about Hollywood's dirty laundry. Ghostbox Radio airs nightly at 10 p.m. on AM 950.
Turn to Auto Technical with your vehicle donation. We have families waiting for a car. You know, over 85% of unemployed are successful in finding and keeping a job if they have dependable transportation. A car plus a job equals a life changed. 612-919-5526. We have families waiting for a car. 919-5526 or autotech.org.
Hey, it's Robert Pilot, host of Native Roots Radio Presents I'm Awake. Tomorrow, join us at 5 for our post-election show. We'll dive deep in what happened at the polls and look at how some of our Native candidates fared on both the national and state levels. Native Roots Radio is where we cover Native American news and issues that impact us all, because Native issues are human issues and human issues are Native issues. That's our post-election show tomorrow at 5 p.m.
Hey, it's Patrick. We're headed full speed ahead into the holiday season, so the biggest question facing your home is going to be, is it ready for the holiday season? And if you look around at your carpet, tile, rugs, upholstery, and the answer is no, you need to call my cleaning heroes at Zero Res. Some people hire a deal of the day carpet cleaner to save a little money, but trust shouldn't come that way. Think about it. There is no licensing required to be a professional carpet cleaner. Don't DIY it. Call Zero Res because you know it's safe and effective. The Zero Res Gotta Love It guarantee makes it easy to get what you pay for. Zero Res absolutely stands behind every cleaning, so go ahead and get clean and don't miss this deal. Get back to clean and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take $75 off an air duct cleaning. Call my friends at Zero Res right now at 952-ZERO-RES or go online to ZeroResMinnesota.com and say you want the AM 950 special. Backward or forward spells the same. Zero Res.
You're listening to election coverage of the 2024 races here on AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota, your voice in action. I'm Brett Johnson, joined alongside by Bruce Klopfleisch. Also in Election Central, we have Greg Bakken. Joining us later on this hour, or maybe next hour, we'll be talking with Patrick Houlihan. We were just doing some texting right now and decided to hold off on the interview until we have more results from Minnesota, since largely we'll just be there saying, what do you know? Well, we have 5% of the vote in, and we really don't know anything. So hopefully during the 10 o'clock hour, we'll be able to bring Patrick on and get his thoughts on what's happening with the races for the state legislature. I do know at 10:05, we'll be joined by Mike Crute of the Devil's Advocates radio show, who I always love chatting with, especially with his perspective on Wisconsin politics. And as you astutely pointed out, Bruce, there's a real chance that their state House of Representatives could flip to the Dems, which would be a welcome sign in that state, considering what Scott Walker did during the past decade before we brought in Tony Evers. So I'll be curious to see what his thoughts are and what's happening in Wisconsin, of course, along with the presidential election and the Senate race there.
Yeah, right now, at least looking at CNN's website, Trump 49.3%, Harris 49%. percent.
That's very Wisconsin, isn't it?
Yeah,
to have that close of an election. Yes.
And they're estimating 52% of the vote is in. So again, if this is what's been reported, if this is rural areas, no, that's good news for Harris, because the big cities haven't been counted yet.
Well, I do have some good news on that front. So the county of Dane County, which includes Madison, they're almost fully reported at 85%. But if we look at the other big population center in Wisconsin, that's Milwaukee County. I like it when they name the counties after the cities. That makes my life a whole lot easier when I'm reporting these results. They only have 53% of the vote reported in Milwaukee County. So certainly some room for Kamala Harris to pick up some votes, at least in Milwaukee County.
Yeah, and that's one of those counties, again, historically takes a while to get the final tallies out of.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm anticipating, like usual in Wisconsin, we're probably not going to know the final results until tomorrow, if not a little bit longer. Hey, how about what's going on in Michigan? Even though only 26% of the vote is in, I do show Kamala Harris with a good lead right now, about 7 percentage points, but there's still lots of votes still yet to be counted, including if we look at Wayne County, which includes Detroit, they're only 15% reported. So still lots more Kamala votes to come in Michigan, as well as a number of rural counties, which are likely to go for Trump that haven't reported yet. So at least quick update of what we have in the Midwest. Do briefly, before we start talking some legislative races in Minnesota, want to point out that both of those constitutional amendments that they were trying to pass in Florida, one was to legalize cannabis and the other one was to enshrine abortion into their constitution. Those both ended up failing. Now, if you're looking at those results and saying, well, how do those two amendments end up failing when they ended up getting above 50% of the vote? Well, in the state of Florida, because we know Ron DeSantis and Florida Republicans just love democracy down there, it requires a supermajority of 60% to get a constitutional amendment passed. So that's the reason why both the weed and the abortion amendments are not going to be passing in that state. But
yeah, and this is another example of how state laws control elections for the most part. So in Florida, controlled by the Republicans, they passed a law that said you want to amend the state constitution, because remember, that's what they're basically doing here, is amending their state constitution, not the federal one, but their state one, to allow these legalizing of weed and allowing some abortion rights. They set it at 60%. They're at least the one that I saw for abortion is at 57. It's been at 57. And there's like 95% of the vote in now, so it's probably going to lose. And yeah, so that's Florida at least has decided that if you want to amend their constitution, you got to get 60%. Now, other states, it's just a bare majority in order to do it. One example was in Ohio. Ohio tried to, when they passed, because they did pass an abortion amendment, the Republicans tried to make it 60.
Oh yes, I remember that.
But
yeah.
it didn't work.
I love the voting on the amendment. You need a majority to take away your power to make it 60% to pass an amendment. That just seems like confusing wording. But as you said, they fortunately didn't pass that in Ohio.
Yep. So again, this is just an example of how state laws that they can, and Republicans, of course, they like super majorities because it keeps them in power, and it's typically stuff they oppose that are on these petitions, because what usually happens is the state legislature in Florida isn't going to pass an abortion amendment. So what the people end up doing is, okay, we're not going to deal with the state government. We're going to try and have, in states that allow initiatives, it's called, where you get enough people to sign petitions, essentially is what you do. You have to get a certain percentage of the voting electorate to do it based on the previous election results. And if you get enough of those signatures, then it goes on to the ballot and the people themselves vote. But in Florida, you got to get 60% now.
So how common is that around the country of having this supermajority requirement to pass amendments? And then I guess a second part to that question, is there historical precedent for that happening in the history of our country? Even like going back to the 19th century, was that common to force supermajorities, or could you even have constitutional amendments brought before the public to get passed? I'm asking a few questions there, but I'm just fascinated by this idea that it takes 60% of the vote to get an amendment passed when the majority of the population says, no, we want to legalize weed and we want to legalize abortions in Florida.
Right. There I think there are other states beside Florida that does this. What you typically see with some of these laws is, once one state does it, usually now we're talking Republican states. Once one state does it, all the other ones try and do the same thing. But yeah, I think, and there's been some states in the past, I believe, that have had 60, but it's not very many. I mean, it's not like there's a lot of them out there. Most of them are, you just need a majority. But this is where you have the clash between, do you want majority rule or not? 60% is, while it is a majority, it's a super majority, essentially. It's a higher bar than 50.1. And, unfortunately, at least tonight in Florida, they both went down because they couldn't get up to 60, even though they got over 50. The last I saw, the marijuana one was like at 55, I think. And yeah, they're not going to pass.
I would like to talk to some of those voters that ended up going for Trump, but then voting for those amendments that would legalize cannabis and then also enshrine abortion as a constitutional right in Florida. That would be those would be interesting people to talk to get their thinking on that, because if you look at Donald Trump and the rest of the Republicans, there's no way they're changing their positions on those issues.
No.
Especially if tonight's election nationally ends up being close, they're probably not going to have enough of a motivation to say, hey, we got to change our tune when it comes to abortion. If they're looking at a 50-50 election, they're going to say, well, we weren't necessarily punished for that. And they're probably going to keep their very extremist positions on issues like abortion and cannabis and others.
And I think unfortunately, if this happens, if the Republicans win, if Trump wins, they win the Senate, they win the House. I'm talking about the Republicans now. You watch, they're gonna do a national abortion ban, even though, you look at all the polling and everything, and even in deep red Florida, 57% want it, but that doesn't matter. It goes out the window. And I think you're gonna, if that happens, you're gonna see the Republicans try and pass a national abortion ban through Congress, and Trump will sign it.
You're listening to AM950, the progressive voice of Minnesota, our election night coverage here on AM950, your voice in action. I briefly want to look at some of the House races we're looking at here in the Minnesota State House of Representatives to switch gears and take things a little more local. So overall, we are watching about 15 races that we are going to keep an eye on in the State House of Representatives to see who takes control of that chamber. So right now, as we mentioned earlier, Democrats hold 70 seats while Republicans hold 64. So the GOP would need to gain about 4. Now, many of these seats that we're going to be keeping an eye on are part of the North Metro, kind of like the Coon Rapids, St. Michael, Albertville, Rogers, Osseo, Anoka, up in that area are where a lot of these battleground districts are taking place. So we're going to be keeping an eye on those results. And unfortunately, as I'm going through and looking at results in Minnesota, at least
still around only 6%.
Yeah. In Hennepin County, we're still at technically 0%. Right. Hey, we're up to like 3,600 votes that have been counted now. So a few hundred more votes got tabulated. But even if I'm looking at Wright County, they only have 7% of the vote in. And I'm looking at trying to get Anoka County on there as well. Yeah, they only have 1% of the vote reported. So we'll talk more about what's happening in the state legislature, but just for now, we don't really have a whole lot to report since Minnesota, as we have been talking about, will probably be doing a big data dump at some point in terms of who's ahead in some of these races, but especially in the metro area, we just don't have a lot of results to report right now. So,
yeah, and some of those other seats are up like around the Duluth area. Those were close 2 years ago, and they're probably going to be close again here. And then some of the like southern suburbs, like the one down in Hastings area.
Yeah, specifically, we're talking about Brad Tabke. He's a Democratic representative in District 54A, which includes Cottage Grove and some other areas in the South Metro. He's facing Aaron Paul in what was a very close election back in 2020. In fact, if I look at what the margins were in that 54A race, it was a 52 to 44 race. That's right. That was the Eric Mortensen race. That was kind of that Republican, far right Republican. Yeah. So that one ended up actually being a little bit more of a bigger margin back in 2022, since Mortensen was pretty unpopular. But that's at least a little preview of what we're looking at in the State House of Representatives. There is a significant state Senate race that is taking place right now. In fact, it's the only state Senate race that we have that is taking place. And that is because Kelly Morrison has decided to run for Congress in the 3rd Congressional District. And, well, that's why we That's why we currently have an open seat in that district in the state Senate, which currently is only a DFL majority by 1 seat. So basically, whoever wins that seat out in Lake Minnetonka will take control of the state Senate. Although looking at the numbers, that is about a 15-point Democratic seat. So the DFL is the heavy favorite.
That's
Senate.
what I think will likely happen. That's around the Lake Minnetonka area out there in the western suburbs. So, I mean, if she's able to pull that out, we're back to, we have a 1 vote margin in the Senate, but we did a lot with a 1 vote margin in the Senate the last 2 years.
And by the way,
and just a 4 vote, margin in the House.
Should point out that running in District 45, which includes portions of Lake Minnetonka, that's Ann Johnson Stewart, who is a Democrat running against a Kathleen Folk, who is the Republican in that seat now. Even though that is like a 15-point DFL district, I know the Republicans have put a lot of money in that seat to try to see if they can flip that. But even if we have a bad scenario here in Minnesota where Republicans do take control of the state House of Representatives, still wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to maintain control for the DFL, control of the state Senate, since you do have the power to confirm commissioners and other executive appointments, because we know what happened during Tim Walz's first term when Republicans had control of the state Senate. And I believe one of the Republican senators said they would, quote, execute some of the commissioners, using that in a figurative form of speech. And they ended up sacking, I believe, the Department of Health commissioner. I'm blanking on her name, from 2020 that did all of the updates.
Yeah.
I'm putting you on the spot.
There
too.
was, I don't remember her name too, but I think there was like 4 of
Yeah.
them that they either, they just quit themselves because they're like, why do I need this?
Yeah.
They just didn't get appointed, or the Republicans kicked them off.
So the bottom line would be, if you could only control one chamber of the state legislature, you would probably rather have control of the state Senate than the state House, although I'd rather have a Democratic trifecta here in Minnesota.
Yeah, and that's kind of the same on a national level. The Senate has more power. So that's all the reason, more why we're really looking at the national Senate races, to see if the Democrats can hold on to their slim majority there, given that they've already lost the Joe Manchin seat. So they basically got to run the table, and the odds of that happening are pretty slim. But if they can flip that one in Nebraska, for example, even if it is an independent, still, I think his policies and stuff that he supports are more along the line of the Democrats.
Absolutely. Well,
and if it ends up tied, let's say he's basically goes with the Democrats, well, then if Harris wins, then Tim Walz would break the tie. But if Trump wins, J.D. Vance would break the ties.
That's the last thing in the world I'd want to see.
Yeah.
Hopefully that's not the case. Hey, you are listening to AM950, the progressive voice of Minnesota, election night coverage, your voice in action. We'll take a break and come on back and close off the 9 o'clock hour and have more results and analysis here on AM950.
This is Aiden Helene, Director of Community Relations here at the Welshire. If you have a loved one who's in need of a memory care facility, I encourage you to come look at our facilities in either Bloomington or Medina to come and see the Welshire difference. From our 24/7 nursing to robust activities team, come and see our community of well-being in action by visiting welshiremn.com and scheduling a tour at either one of our facilities. That's welshiremn.com.
Hi, AM950 listeners. This is Bruce Klaufleisch, host of Politics Matters. Thanks for tuning into our election night coverage, your voice in action. Why listen to mainstream media's coverage when you can listen to us key in on the races that affect us, as well as the national ones? On my upcoming show, we will discuss the election results. Did Harris win? Did the Democrats retake the House and keep the Senate? Did the Democrats keep control of the Minnesota legislature? What will be the effects of these results on you? Tune into Politics Matters with Bruce Klaufleisch, Sunday at 5 p.m. to find out.
This is Chad, owner of AM950, here to tell you about the exterior construction company I trust, Snap Construction. If your home was hit with the most recent storms, trust the most well-reviewed exterior construction company, Snap Construction, for a free home inspection.
This is Ryan, owner of Snap Construction. There are a lot of great construction companies in town. My advice is to take your time and do your research. Make sure they are locally owned and that they guarantee their craftsmanship for life. Also, you want to find a company that's been in business for at least 10 years. You want to work with a company that's going to be there long after the work is done. Snap Construction has handled thousands of claims, and we'll help you through the process.
Don't go with the out-of-town fly-by-night contractor. Most storm damage goes missed by the untrained eye. Trust Snap Construction for your free storm damage evaluation. For your free storm damage evaluation, call Snap Construction at 612-333-SNAP or visit them online at snapconstruction.com. That's 612-333-SNAP or snapconstruction.com.
What you wear is important. It should be fun, creative, and expressive of your own personality. At Grady Gear Company, we believe that clothing is more than just fabric and threads. It's a form of self-expression and a way to stand out with the crowd. Grady Gear is more than just a clothing brand. We're a community. We're here to inspire and motivate you to embrace your true self. We are a locally owned small business who do custom clothing orders too. Find us at GradyGearCompany.com.
Hi, everyone. Matt McNeil here. Join me on Wednesday's edition of the Matt McNeil Show. Full breakdown of the election results. National races, statewide races. We'll have it all. Jeff Stein will join us. He'll give us his thoughts on the national races, and we'll talk with you as well. 952-946-6205. 952-946-6205 is the phone number. 3 to 5 on your Wednesday afternoon. It's the Matt McNeil Show right here on the Progressive Voice of Minnesota, AM 950.
AM 950, the Progressive Voice of Minnesota. You're listening to election night coverage. Your voice in action. Brett Johnson joined alongside by Bruce Klopfleisch. We'll be having an election update from Greg Bakken coming up during the 10 o'clock hour. Hey, before we close things off for the 9 o'clock hour, just want to look at some national results before we get to that top of the hour. In Georgia, it's tightened up, but maybe not quite enough, as Donald Trump is at 50.8% of the vote, with Kamala Harris only at 48%, with about 89% of the 89% of the vote in. It's kind of the same story down in North Carolina as well, where Trump is leading by about 3 percentage points. And unfortunately, many of those metropolitan counties are pretty close to being fully reported, including in the Charlotte and also the Raleigh-Durham area. So,
with 67% in Pennsylvania, Trump is ahead by about 2.5% now.
Well, we got lots more to talk about. Let's go ahead and take a break. We'll come on back during the 10 o'clock hour and have more election night coverage here on AM 950.
Hey, Minnesota, it's your favorite sexy liberal. Join me and my fellow cohorts in liberal justice weekdays from 8 to 11 on AM 950 KTNF, St. Louis Park, Minneapolis, St. Paul, the Progressive Voice of Minnesota.
Hey, it's Robert Pilot, host of Native Roots Radio Presents I'm Awake. Tomorrow, join us at 5 for our post-election show. We'll dive deep in what happened at the polls and look at how some of our Native candidates fared on both the national and state levels. Native Roots Radio is where we cover Native American news and issues that impact us all, because Native issues are human issues and human issues are Native issues. That's our post-election show tomorrow at 5 p.m.
This is Chad, owner of AM 950, here to tell you about the exterior construction company I trust, Snap Construction. If your home was hit with the most recent storms, trust the most well-reviewed exterior construction company, Snap Construction, for a free home inspection.
This is Ryan, owner of Snap Construction. There are a lot of great construction companies in town. My advice is to take your time and do your research. Make sure they are locally owned and that they guarantee their craftsmanship for life. Also, you want to find a company that's been in business for at least 10 years. You want to work with a company that's going to be there long after the work is done. Snap Construction has handled thousands of claims, and we'll help you through the process.
Don't go with the out-of-town fly-by-night contractor. Most storm damage goes missed by the untrained eye. Trust Snap Construction for your free storm damage evaluation. For your free storm damage evaluation, call Snap Construction at 612-333-SNAP or visit them online at snapconstruction.com. That's 612-333-SNAP or snapconstruction.com.
Greg Bakken here. I've told you about the out-of-the-world roast beef sandwiches at Maverick's Real Roast Beef, but I haven't told you about their Philly steak sandwiches, turkey bacon avocado sandwich, BLT, crispy chicken, fish sandwiches, brisket, or pulled pork. Okay, you get the idea. They make a lot of delicious food to the same standard as their famous roast beef sandwiches, and now I'm starving. I'm going to go to Maverick's Real Roast Beef off Lexington and Roseville, and you need to go too. Check out their menu at mavericksbeef.com. Greg Bakken here,
What a political season. And quite frankly, I think we can all do with a respite from it all. I want to invite you to listen to my show, Ghostbox Radio, every night at 10 p.m. Ghostbox Radio can give you that break with great guests talking about the paranormal, past conspiracies, and whether we're alone in the universe. And Wednesday, we talk with Randy West about Hollywood's dirty laundry. Ghostbox Radio airs nightly at 10 p.m. on AM950.
You want to feel important? You want to be part of something bigger, something that matters, and that you can help change things. You want to feel like you belong. We felt that way too. I'm Sergeant First Class Daphne Pierre from Robbinsdale, Minnesota, and that's why we did something about it. We aren't just Minnesota Army National Guard soldiers. We are people just like you, and together, we can make a difference. Take on your legacy. Visit nationalguard.com/MN to find out more. Sponsored by the Minnesota Army National Guard, aired by the Minnesota Broadcasters Association and this station.
Greg Bakken here. What a political season. And quite frankly, I think we can all do with a respite from it all. I want to invite you to listen to my show, Ghostbox Radio, every night at 10 p.m. Ghostbox Radio can give you that break with great guests talking about the paranormal, past conspiracies, and whether we're alone in the universe. And Wednesday, we talk with Randy West about Hollywood's dirty laundry. Ghostbox Radio airs nightly at 10 p.m. on AM950.
Hi, AM950 listeners. This is Bruce Klopfleisch, host of Politics Matters. Thanks for tuning into our election night coverage, your voice in action. Why listen to mainstream media's coverage when you can listen to us key in on the races that affect us, as well as the national ones? On my upcoming show, we will discuss the election results. Did Harris win? Did the Democrats retake the House and keep the Senate? Did the Democrats keep control of the Minnesota legislature? What will be the effects of these results on you? Tune into Politics Matters with Bruce Klopfleisch, Sunday at 5 p.m. to find out.
This is Aiden Helene, Director of Community Relations here at the Welshire. If you have a loved one who's in need of a memory care facility, I encourage you to come look at our facilities in either Bloomington or Medina to come and see the Welshire difference. From our 24/7 nursing to robust activities team, come and see our community of well-being in action by visiting welshiremn.com and scheduling a tour at either one of our facilities. That's welshiremn.com.
This is Andy Otto, your host of Twin Cities Pride Amplified, inviting you to join us this Saturday at 3 p.m. as we get to know Arnold Dahl Woolley, a member of the Leech Lake Band of Ojibwe, who is also a Two-Spirit educator and activist. We'll chat with Arnold about the great work he's doing in building community in the Bemidji area, including the opening of a new community space. That's this Saturday at 3 p.m., right here on AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota.
I've often said the RAV4 from Rudy Luther Toyota is the best vehicle I've ever driven, and I just had it proven to me once again. I drove around San Francisco and the Sierra Nevadas in a RAV4 hybrid, and it was sensational. The city driving was amazing, tackling tight corners and steep city streets while looking stylish. The real challenge came when we got up into the mountain roads, and the RAV4 carved them up like a hot knife through butter. And the hybrid fuel efficiency saved me over $200 on my vacation. Win, win, win. Test drive a Toyota RAV4 today at Rudy Luther Toyota, 394 and 169 in Golden Valley.
With your AM 950 weather, I'm Brett Johnson. Look for partly cloudy skies tonight with a low around 36, Wednesday cloudy with a high near 48, and Thursday sunny with a high near 49. Grab a tray of Cafe Latte's Cafeteria and select from a wide variety of soups and sandwiches. The bakery has fresh baked bread daily, along with cakes and more. And the Pizza and Wine Bar features gourmet pizzas that pair perfectly with their 30-plus wines by the glass. Located off Victoria and Grand, more at cafelatte.com.
Portions of the following program may be pre-recorded.
Listening to AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota, our election night coverage, your voice in action. I'm Brett Johnson, joined alongside by Bruce Klopfleisch, also Greg Bakken in Election Central. Hopefully we'll be getting some results from Patrick Kulikan of the Minnesota Reformer talking about what's happening in the Minnesota legislature, but unfortunately we don't have a ton to report right now with what's happening in Minnesota. Later on, we'll also be joined by Mike Crute of the Devil's Advocates radio show, who I believe is just getting set on up to join us in just a minute or two. But before we get to Mike Crute, let's go ahead and turn things over to Greg Bakken in Election Central. Greg, hopefully you got some good news for us, because It's not looking great here in our studio right now.
Yeah, it's watching you all kind of suffocate a little bit with drowning with no results to talk about. But want to start with the presidential race, and right now we just saw that Kamala won California and Washington. So where we stand, what we're seeing is that Kamala is at 179 electoral votes. Donald Trump at 214. We're obviously monitoring that. Going back over to the local election stuff, there isn't a whole lot. I will say the U.S. Senate race between Amy Klobuchar and Royce White, there's only 16, nearly 17% reporting so far for it, but where we're at is Royce is in the lead at 52% over Amy Klobuchar at 44. Going through, there isn't a whole lot, unfortunately, that has been given out. We'll take a look at District 14B. There we have about 80% of the precincts reporting in. Dan Wolgamott is at 51.6%, and Suek is at 48.11. Moving on here, 18A, 94% in with Jeff Brand at 48.2%, leading over. I'm sorry, Erica Schwartz at 51%, leading over Jeff Brand at 48.2%. Going through, once again, like we had mentioned, Minnesota is kind of a drought at the moment as far as any sort of returns. I will say that State Representative District 14A, Bernie Perryman is leading Abby Dasan 57% over 42%. And going over, we've got one more I'll share here for State Representative District 41B. Not a lot in yet for that race. Tom Dipple is at 63%. Jen Fox is at 37%, but only 6.67% have reported in. Just a quick look over at some national races. We still have in Kansas, Sharice Davids is a Democrat, and Sharice is ahead 53% over Prasant Reddy at 42. And we're taking a look at the Arizona Senate. Ruben Gallego, Democratic, is currently over Carrie Lake, 52% over 45%. Ruben is also, as we talk about some of the other races, Ruben is also ahead of what Kamala is doing in the state as well. So that is where we are at, Brett.
All right, sounds good, Greg, and thanks for the update. Yeah, looking at some of those races you were talking about, Dan Wolgamott, some good news there if he's able to hang on for the Democrats. But over in 18A, that would be a Republican pickup if that result does hold. So we'll wait and see what happens over in District 18A. Right now, I want to welcome in Mike Crute of the Devil's Advocates radio show, which you can hear weeknights from 6 until 7 o'clock here on AM 950, as we're going to be talking about what's happening over in the state of Wisconsin and also nationally what's happening here electorally. Mike, it's been a pretty interesting night, to say the least, but I'm holding out hope that Kamala can maybe pull some things out with some of those votes that are still out there in the Philadelphia suburbs and maybe in the Milwaukee and Madison suburbs. But I don't know. It's looking tough right now. What are you thinking?
Well, I think it's too early to judge the outcome in the state of Wisconsin. I can only speak to my state specifically, guys. Milwaukee County's only got 52% reported. And each and every election cycle, because of the state law in the state of Wisconsin, they cannot count early absentee ballots until election day. So not only will Milwaukee go late into the evening, and I mean past midnight, guys, Central Time, before there was any hope that we were going to get Milwaukee's vote tally. And then there were 30,000 plus ballots that had to be retabulated today. So they are pushing that time frame back 1 to 3 hours. So right now, Trump actually is leading the state of Wisconsin by about 55,000 votes. I would say that the margin differential could very well flip coming out of Milwaukee County in the early absentee votes.
So hopefully that's the case, as Kamala Harris is going to need to rack up those margins in Milwaukee County in order to have a chance. I'm curious, how does this compare to 2020 when we were looking at results in Wisconsin? Are you getting the same kind of vibe that maybe she'll pull it out in the end, or is this looking awfully tight and possibly even like maybe even Trump could pull this out in the state?
Well, we've seen elections like this every cycle. 2016, when Trump did win by 21,000 votes. 2018, we didn't know that Scott Walker had been defeated by Tony Evers until about 1:30 in the morning, when Milwaukee drops 180,000 votes approximately all at once. And there's probably, Harris will win Milwaukee by 40 to 50%. And it's just how many votes. Right now, she's down about 55,000 votes in Wisconsin last time I checked. It's never great to be trailing, waiting. But of course, these are the very blue, the very votes we would expect to go to the Harris. The early vote, absentee votes, overwhelmingly in the state are blue votes. So I haven't lost hope yet. I haven't even started drinking yet, guys. It's early yet.
Well, we're getting to that point as we're looking at some of these results from Georgia and North Carolina that are not pretty right now, but I'm still holding out hope in Pennsylvania. What are you at least thinking nationally right now? Are you kind of as pessimistic as us, or can you maybe walk us off the ledge a little bit in terms of what's happening in some of these other battleground states?
Well, certainly the Iowa poll that captivated the audience, the Ann Selzer poll, I think it was, the Des Moines Register poll, that was proven to be, that was a fake poll, and that did not bear out. Obviously, Iowa's already been put into Trump's column, but it really comes down to three states, gentlemen, as you know. It is Wisconsin, it is Michigan, and it is Pennsylvania. And if those three states fall for Kamala Harris, she's the next president of the United States, according to my math. Although there is reason to believe, and I'm not, blind to the numbers I'm seeing on the screen. There is reason to fear that Donald Trump has been reelected, and that this night feels a lot like that sorrowful Tuesday night in 2016 felt. But we're not there yet, guys. And I would say, potentially Nevada and also the three blue wall states. We were never going to win North Carolina. It was a nice thought, but, Trump's won North Carolina twice prior. And Georgia was a 12,000 vote differential. And, maybe there's still some votes coming out of Fulton County. Maybe there's still enough votes out of Atlanta. But Harris doesn't need to win Georgia. Harris doesn't need to win North Carolina. But she sure as hell better win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, or it's all over except for the fascism, gents.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of right now. Yeah. I believe Kamala would also need to take that congressional district in Nebraska, but I think she's pretty well ahead in that Omaha congressional district where she'll have a good chance of taking that one. So, yeah, it's a tough night so far, but maybe there's still some hope we can get things flipped in these other battleground states.
How is Tammy Baldwin looking for Senate?
Currently trailing. She's down about half a point to Hudvee, and I would say currently they've got Hudvee at 49.4%. I'm quoting the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel, which is quote unquote the paper of record here, but it's not over until the AP calls it. But right now, Hudvee has got about a 1 point lead over Tammy Baldwin. It would be shocking to me if Baldwin lost the state of Wisconsin, where she is beloved, where she earned the Farm Bureau, first Democrat in years and years and years to earn the Farm Bureau endorsement this year. She brings home the bacon to the state, and she is constantly out there talking about Wisconsin. Her opponent doesn't even live here, and the guy didn't even mention the state of Wisconsin in his campaign rollout, and he really hasn't gotten any better from there. So clearly there is either this very anti-economy, perhaps misogynistic sentiment that's alive and well here in the United States and in my home state of Wisconsin, or we're still going to see the bailout of the late absentee counts in Milwaukee County, bailing out both Harris and Tammy Baldwin in the state of Wisconsin.
There's another aspect of what's happening in Wisconsin I'd like to talk to you about, and that's what's happening over in the state legislature, because finally, thanks to that Supreme Court election last year, state Supreme Court election in Wisconsin, Dems took control of the court, and they were able to undo the Republican gerrymanders that they had put in place in the state House, in the state Senate. What are we looking at in terms of what's happening in those legislative races? Do Dems have a chance to possibly even take a majority in the House, or at the very least cut into that supermajority that Republicans were getting close to getting?
Well, certainly they're going to cut the supermajority. The assembly is in play. The state Senate, because only half of the seats are in play in this elective cycle, per the agreement. And, you know, the courts ruled, but it was actually a legislative remedy signed by Governor Evers that sort of preempted the court ruling. But the way it plays out, the state Senate, half the seats in play, in the state assembly, all 99 seats in play. And I would say there are probably 20 more competitive races this time than there has been. The Democrats have fielded candidates in 97 of 99 races. So that gives you hope. What they do in each of these individual counties, there are some bad things I'm seeing out there in the numbers. I'm looking at a place like Brown County, which is the Green Bay market. Trump right now is at 61% in the Green Bay, Brown County area. Now, I don't see that as a breakout by Green Bay and separately of the county, but that is an indication that Wisconsin has turned more red, at least in the Fox Valley. That's the number 68 media market. That's bigger than the Madison market. People don't realize Green Bay and the surrounding counties really move more eyes, and it's a bigger media market. But that does not bode well, probably, for our friend Dr. Kristen Lyerly, the OBGYN that's running in the 8th CD. I haven't seen any numbers on her race, but if Trump's winning by 20 points in Brown County, she's going to have tough nights. The Derek Van Orden race, he's the congressman from the 3rd, that's western Wisconsin, kind of following the Mississippi River there. He's the sometimes accused of being perhaps drinking on the job, and certainly he's been credibly accused of being abusive to Pages and a lot of other Wisconsinites. He is in a very narrow race with Rebecca Cook in the 3rd. Last time I saw, Van Orden was ahead, but that one's still a coin flip. Looks like Brian Style will probably remain in the 1st CD. That was the other competitive race. But right now, Derek Van Orden's up by about 5,000 votes out of about 250,000 cast in District 3, the 3rd congressional district. And the two current Democrats in Wisconsin, Mark Pocan and Gwen Moore, won handily in both Milwaukee and Madison. They've both already been declared as the winners in those races. But it looks like it's going to be a tough night for the Democrats.
Why do you think this is Bruce and I were talking about this during the break, why this is happening? We were maybe going with the theory that there's just a lot of people that still have a big problem with voting for a female candidate, because it's tough to watch some of these results come in and see that we're going to go back to this very far right, possibly go to this very far right Republicanism that we saw back from 2017 to 2021, only on steroids now, since there's largely not going to be any guardrails against a potential Trump administration. So I'm trying to wrap my head around why this is happening right now. Is it just rural turnout is so great? Is it just the gender gap? What are your thoughts on why we're seeing what we're seeing tonight?
I think it's got to be the economy. I mean, ultimately, it's people were expressing in the exit polls that I was seeing on CNN's coverage, they don't have the buying power they did. They feel, perception becomes reality to the American voter, and they don't feel like they have as much money. They don't feel as secure in their financial futures. So I think that is a economic struggle. And I think while the Harris campaign poured tons of money into trying to change that narrative and swing that narrative, I think that Trump was still given the benefit of the doubt. And gentlemen, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know where they're tabulating the votes, but right now Trump's up 131,000 votes in the state of Minnesota. Plenty of votes still to count.
That's a little concerning, but fortunately, Hennepin County, which includes Minneapolis and is the largest county in Minnesota, they only have less than 1% of the vote recorded. So I'm still pretty confident that Harris will be able to pull ahead in that state. And then Klobuchar should be able to beat Royce White in the U.S. Senate race too. But I think what we heard in Minnesota is that they're going to dump a lot of these results all at once rather than having them trickle in like they have in the past. So still holding out hope that Minnesota is still going to remain blue along with the state legislature. But it's looking dicey in some of these Midwestern states, but I'm still holding out hope that we have more of those votes coming in from Milwaukee County because, I just can't wrap my head around the fact that we're going to go back to 2017 to 2021.
Well, unfortunately, the two races I was hoping would be competitive, and I'm looking at the third CD race. The two counties that candidate Rebecca Cook, who is the Democrat, one were La Crosse County, where my kid goes to college. It was my alma mater. That was a blue county for her, and it will be a blue county for Harris. It would appear. She won 55. She won La Crosse County by 11. She won Eau Claire County by 14, probably more accurately. And every other county in the third, which is probably 10 or 12 counties, all went red. And that probably was the best chance for a Democratic congressional pickup in the state of Wisconsin, and predicated on the high vote count in both Eau Claire and La Crosse County. She's now down by 11,000 to the incumbent Republican Van Orden. I don't think there's enough votes left for her to leapfrog Van Orden. I don't think the Dems are going to pick up any seats. And right now, I think that both Tammy Baldwin and Harris are in jeopardy of losing Wisconsin, but I don't want to send anyone to panic or to drink yet. You're going to have to stay up late to find out for sure when the Milwaukee County votes come in. But predictably at about 1:30 in the morning, the vote count's going to jump for Harris, and for anyone that, Tammy Baldwin, that's a statewide candidate. Those two races will be directly affected by the late absentee vote count that's included at 1:30 in the morning or later.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to be staying up till 1:30 in the morning tracking these results. How about you, Bruce?
Well, I might be up, not of my own, free will. I just might be. Oh my gosh, it's just looking.
I probably lie. I probably will be up still looking at these results, especially now you told me look for 1:30 a.m. I mean, it's only 3.5 hours away, maybe 3 hours at this point, actually. But
and it looks like the Dems are going to lose the U.S. Senate, which is not really a surprise. But just looking at some of these is. Slotkin is losing in Michigan, but there's 31% only reported, but still it's like, geez.
Well, I see that it looks like Sherrod Brown might lose, or probably will lose, in the state of Ohio. It is my understanding they've already declared a winner. Obviously, we weren't going to hold the seat in West Virginia. The governor there, Justice, the Republican, picked up that seat. So we're at 50-50 before they start declaring. And I thought Casey was up on his opponent, McCormick, in Pennsylvania. But the last time I saw on CNN, McCormick had leapfrogged him. And again, that race, the Michigan race, and the Baldwin-Hudvey race in Wisconsin, I think all three will go as those states go. If they're blue states at the end of the night or the end of the week, whenever they finally allocate and tally, then I think those Senate seats will hold. But we probably are going to lose Sherrod Brown, and I haven't seen John Tester's numbers in Montana, but this has not looked like a blue sort of night.
Yeah, if there's any silver lining from what's happening in Ohio, they only have about 73% of the vote reported in Cuyahoga County, which includes Cleveland, while the Akron County Summit only has about 46% of the vote in. But that would still be a pretty heavy lift for Sherrod Brown to pull ahead in Ohio and try to hold that seat. But I think most prognosticators were probably saying the Senate was going to go to the Republican hands. Hopefully we can hold out hope that we can still get the House of Representatives flipped over to the Democrats.
Well, that's Wisconsin's not going to be of any help in that regard, gentlemen. It does not look like the Democrats pick up any seats in Wisconsin.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like that is going to be the case. We've been speaking with Mike Crute. He is the host of the Devil's Advocates radio show, which you can hear weeknights from 6 until 7 o'clock here on AM950, the progressive voice of Minnesota. Make sure you check him out, especially with his election analysis that we'll likely be having tomorrow. Mike, thanks so much for coming on the show. Hopefully we'll get some good news in the overnight hours, but for now, we're still hanging tight and hoping for the best.
Thanks, Mike.
Well, I'm going to fire, gents. Thank you.
Absolutely. Hey, let's take a break here on AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota. You're listening to election night coverage, your voice in action. We'll come back with more results and analysis up next.
Greg Bakken here. Like you, I love good, fresh, delicious food. So I want to tell you about this treasure in Roseville called Maverick's Real Roast Beef. Maverick's has the best roast beef sandwiches I've ever had. Made fresh every order. Add fries or onion rings dropped in the fryer when ordered, and you have a winning combination. Maverick's Real Roast Beef has a lot more than roast beef, so check out their website, mavericksbeef.com, or check out their restaurant on Lexington in Roseville.
Hi, everyone. Matt McNeil here. Join me on Wednesday's edition of the Matt McNeil Show. Full breakdown of the election results. National races, statewide races, we'll have it all. Jeff Stein will join us. He'll give us his thoughts on the national races, and we'll talk with you as well. 952-946-6205. 952-946-6205 is the phone number. 3 to 5 on your Wednesday afternoon. It's the Matt McNeil Show right here on the progressive voice of Minnesota, AM 950.
Twin Cities Con returns to the Minneapolis Convention Center for the 4th year, November 8th through 10th. Twin Cities Con is a celebration of comics, toys, TV, film, art, cosplay, games, and all things nerdy. There is nothing like Twin Cities Con. It's also a family-friendly event where you can meet your favorite celebrities, browse the vendor hall and artist alley for the coolest merch, watch celebrity Q&As, and even more. Twin Cities Con is bigger and better than ever before. Come see from Star Wars the Emperor himself, Ian McDermott, along with Anakin Skywalker, Hayden Christensen, John DiMaggio, who is Bender from Futurama, WWE Hall of Fame wrestler Sting, and Sunday only Grant Gustin from The Flash and Glee, plus more guests to be announced. 3 days of action-packed fun is in the heart of Minneapolis at the Minneapolis Convention Center. Tickets start at $40. Kids tickets are just $8 for the entire weekend. VIP tickets also available, including a 3-day weekend pass, plus some really cool VIP perks. Buy your tickets and get more information at TwinCitiesCon.com. Gritty Gear Company is a great place to go for clothing that is fun and expressive. But did you know we also do custom orders on demand? We've worked with all types of companies and organizations, from first responders to even a certain radio station. Our team is here to help you look amazing. Our clothing is of the highest quality, and you will love your logo on the finished product. We are a locally owned small business who simply wants you to look great. Find out more at grittygearcompany.com.
Fall means back to school, and hands down the best vehicle for the family is the Toyota Sienna from Rudy Luther Toyota. It hauls everything in comfort. Lots of kids? Check. Mountains of sports gear? Check. A band's worth of musical instruments? Check. Multiple science projects and schoolwork? Check. And the Sienna Hybrid gets you fantastic mileage, and it's the safest vehicle I've ever driven, something I will brag about for the rest of my life. The Toyota Sienna is the perfect Minnesota family vehicle. Test drive one today at Rudy Luther Toyota, 5 miles west of Minneapolis on 394.
AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota. You're listening to election night coverage, your voice in action. And we do have some news to report out of Minnesota. As we were talking about earlier, we were expecting a big dump of votes to happen, and it has occurred, as we are now at
46
47.
yeah, 46, 47, somewhere in there.
46 to 47%, and those pretty much all came from Hennepin County, where Kamala Harris, no surprise, ended up pulling in about 70% of the vote compared to Donald Trump's 27.4. So that puts Minnesota pretty solidly in the column of Kamala Harris possibly winning that state, but won't hold my breath since we've been having quite the interesting night. By the way, on the Senate side, Klobuchar has pulled ahead of Royce Wright by a margin of 60% to 36.8. So that's what's happening in Minnesota. We'll have lots more local results, including what's happening with some of these races in the state legislature coming up in just a few minutes. Again, you're listening to AM 950 Radio, the progressive voice of Minnesota. Election night coverage. Stick around as Bruce and I will return with more election thoughts and results.
Twin Cities Con returns to the Minneapolis Convention Center for the fourth year, November 8th through 10th. Twin Cities Con is a celebration of comics, toys, TV, film, art, cosplay, games, and all things nerdy. There is nothing like Twin Cities Con. It's also a family-friendly event where you can meet your favorite celebrities, browse the vendor hall and artist alley for the coolest merch, watch celebrity Q&As, and even more. Twin Cities Con is bigger and better than ever before. Come see from Star Wars the Emperor himself, Ian McDermott, along with Anakin Skywalker, Hayden Christensen, John DiMaggio, who is Bender from Futurama, WWE Hall of Fame wrestler Sting, and Sunday only Grant Gustin from The Flash and Glee, plus more guests to be announced. 3 days of action-packed fun is in the heart of Minneapolis at the Minneapolis Convention Center. Tickets start at $40. Kids tickets are just $8 for the entire weekend. VIP tickets also available, including a 3-day weekend pass, plus some really cool VIP perks. Buy your tickets and get more information at TwinCitiesCon.com.
Hey, it's Robert Pilot, host of Native Roots Radio Presents I'm Awake. Tomorrow, join us at 5 for our post-election show. We'll dive deep in what happened at the polls and look at how some of our Native candidates fared on both the national and state levels. Native Roots Radio is where we cover Native American news and issues that impact us all, because Native issues are human issues and human issues are Native issues. That's our post-election show tomorrow at 5 p.m.
Hey, it's Tom. Discover the incredible benefits of solar energy with All Energy Solar. Solar panels convert sunlight into clean, renewable electricity, helping you reduce your carbon footprint. By generating your own power, you gain independence from rising utility costs. And solar panels are also a smart investment as they boost your property value. Plus, with solar and battery backup from All Energy Solar, you can store excess energy to use anytime. Solar with energy storage offers unparalleled energy security during blackouts or cloudy days, ensuring your home remains powered when it matters the most. And right now, there's never been a better time to get a Solar Plus battery from All Energy Solar. Millions of new battery storage incentives are available for XL and non-XL customers, along with federal tax credits. While local incentives are available in many cities, including Minneapolis, Edina, St. Louis Park, and more. The experts at All Energy Solar will guide you through the entire process, ensuring you maximize your savings and benefits. Get a free quote today at allenergysolar.com.
Greg Bakken here. What a political season. And quite frankly, I think we can all do with a respite from it all. I want to invite you to listen to my show, Ghostbox Radio, every night at 10 p.m. Ghostbox Radio can give you that break with great guests talking about the paranormal, past conspiracies, and whether we're alone in the universe. And Wednesday, we talk with Randy West about Hollywood's dirty laundry. Ghostbox Radio airs nightly at 10 p.m. on AM 950.
AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota. You're listening to election night coverage, your voice in action. Bruce Klopfleisch joined alongside by Brett Johnson. Also, we have Greg Bakken over in Election Central. Well, it's been we'll call it a curious night at best with what's been happening, but we do have a bit of good news to report to you, at least on the state Senate side in Minnesota. What are we hearing here, Bruce?
Well, I'm looking at the Secretary of State's website, and it says 100% are reporting where in District 45 in the state Senate one, the Democratic candidate is won 52.43% to 47.47%. So Ann Johnson Stewart looks like she won the Senate race. So the Democrats will at least keep a slim control of the state Senate.
Yeah, so that's some good news that the DFL will control, at least we're projecting that they will maintain control of the state Senate with Ann Johnson Stewart winning that race, although by probably a little bit more of a narrow margin than I would have
Yeah.
liked to have seen, but at least, hey, it's a win. You got control of the state Senate. The state House side, we still have a lot of races that we are tracking right now. I know we do have one seat that has already flipped. That was the Jeff Brand, Erica Schwartz seat that I believe did end up flipping to the Republican side. That is District 18A. Yeah, they do have 95% of the vote in, and Schwartz, the Republican, is leading the Democrat Brand by a 52-48 margin. And that was a Democratic-controlled seat, so that's going to flip to the Republicans. Looking at some others right now, I don't have anything in 26A, 35A. Really, it's the Metro where we're probably going to start seeing some results, being that they just had that big dump of results from Hennepin County. Let's take a look over at District 41B. This was a seat that was currently held by Republicans. Tom Dipple was the Republican that holds that seat, and they only
actually, that's an open seat.
That's an open seat. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the Republican, it was a Republican seat, but
that's right.
The
yes,
guy decided not to run, so.
That's right. Yeah, that was the very moderate Democrat that I think had been running in that seat. I'm thinking of 26A. My apologies on that, but yeah,
That's
right.
a Republican seat.
Yeah, it is a Republican seat, and basically, as we look at the results there, I just lost my tab. There we go. We do have the Republican Dipple ahead of Fox, the Democrat, in that race by about a 53-47 margin, but they only have about 57% of the vote counted yet. So depends on where they are still counting the vote in that race. Again, that was a district, as I go back to it here, 41B, which includes Cottage Grove and Hastings and some of the areas in the Southeast Metro. So the best hope for the DFL would be is that many of those votes that are still outstanding are in the Cottage Grove and Hastings area. I'm just running down more of the list of the races I'm looking at right now. Yeah, these are more outstate races where we don't have a ton to report yet. Let's go to District 57B. 57B, as this is Republican incumbent Jeff White, is seeing a challenge from DFLer Brian Cohn. Jeff Witt, rather, the Republican, is a former Burnsville police officer, while Cohn is a former engineering manager and partner at a German business management company. And the Republican White is ahead in that race with 99% of the vote reported by a 52-48 margin. So 57B looks like that is going to be a Republican hold. So at least as I'm looking through some of these results, Greg might have more as we go to Election Central in a little while. I'm not seeing any Republican seats that look like they are going to be flipping to the DFL side.
Yeah, not yet.
But we do already have at least one Republican seat, one DFL seat that has flipped to the Republicans. So that's what we're keeping track of, at least on the State House of Representative sides. The state Senate, again, we do have some good news to report there, as the Democrat Ann Johnson Stewart looks like she is going to defeat the Republican Kathleen Folk, and that will give Democrats control of the state Senate, as they will maintain control, I should say, of the state Senate. Before we wrap things up this evening, I do want to look at some of the results that we are also keeping track of, especially some of these judge races, since there are a number of judicial races to keep an eye on, including at the Minnesota State Supreme Court. Now, typically these races almost always go to the incumbent, but still good to report on these results, since oftentimes the challengers are from the fringe of the fringes of society, I should say. I know there was one guy who was challenging one of the incumbents on the Supreme Court, who basically his picture that they had on, I was looking at the Minnesota Bar website. It was basically him, I think, toasting someone like at a wedding, which is like, you'd think you'd have a little bit more better of a stock photo for running your campaign.
Right. But just in looking at these, there were the Chief Justice of the Minnesota Supreme Court, Natalie Hudson. She was up for re-election. At least looking at the Secretary of State website, it's only 45% reported, but she's up basically 65-35. So it looks like she's on her way. The one that some people were watching is Carl Procaccini, if I'm pronouncing that right, against Matt Hansen, because Procaccini is kind of he was appointed recently, and so he had to run in this election, but he's ahead.
Yeah, it looks like
comfortably.
by about 58 to 41 margin with doing the math here, they have about 1,800 of 4,100 precincts reporting, so a little bit less than half. And I would be pretty shocked if that one ended up flipping the other way. So it looks like he will remain on the state Supreme Court, which I think is a big deal to bring up, because if you look at many of the other state Supreme Courts that we see around the country, they're very, very political.
Oh,
We
yeah.
even saw with that Wisconsin Supreme Court race last year. But here in Minnesota, we've largely been able to avoid many of those partisan contests and have partisan politics really play a role with our state Supreme Court, which I think is a good sign for good government. And I certainly hope it stays that way with Hudson and Procaccini hopefully hanging on in their races.
Yeah, and we had one contested Court of Appeals election as well, and it looks like the incumbent Diane Bratvold's going to win that one too. She's up 65 to 35 essentially with her challenger. So it happens occasionally where an incumbent loses, but it is fairly rare, that at least at the Supreme Court level. Court of Appeals, you see that happen a little bit more often, but we only had one this cycle, and it looks like she's going to win. So
Yeah, it looks like that will be the case as well as I join that or look at that one. Yeah, it's a 64 to 34 margin. That's Diane Bratvold, who looks like she will knock off her challenger, Jonathan R. Woolsey. So that one looks like it'll be a hold, at least on the judicial side. So always important to make sure you turn over your ballot when you vote, and vote in those judicial elections, because it only takes a small organized effort to knock off one of those incumbent judges. But
right, and on most ballots, the biggest section is the judges.
Yeah, you just have an overwhelming number of those.
They're like the whole back page this year.
And it's usually just the incumbent being challenged by no one, and it's kind of tedious to fill in all of those circles. I try to do that every time to make sure we keep them in office, since I don't know what would happen if some write-in. Well, I guess the write-in candidate would end up winning if they picked up the most votes, but I don't think that's ever happened in judicial elections in Minnesota. Well, what do you say we go back and look at the less optimistic national results, unfortunately.
Okay.
Let's go back and see if we have anything new to report. I might go to the Senate side, where we're getting at least somewhat better news. Well, maybe not so much now. Deb Fischer has pulled ahead of Dan Osborne by about 1.2 percentage points, but there still is 58% of the vote outstanding in the state of Nebraska. The big area to watch is Douglas County, which includes Omaha, which, as you might imagine, has a big portion of the population of Nebraska. There's about 72% of the vote reported there. So perhaps some hope that Osborne might be able to pull that out. And even though he's not a Democrat, it could potentially take a seat away from the Republicans. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Looking at some of these national results. Oh, North Carolina has been called for Donald Trump. Well, at least by CNN, they have made that call with 89% of the vote reported. So Trump looks like he'll win North Carolina by about 3 percentage points. Let's head down to Georgia. That at least has stayed somewhat close. They're down to 91% of the vote being reported.
But that's still over 100,000 votes.
Yeah,
that she needs.
That's going to be quite a hill to climb. I'm still looking. Yeah, Fulton County looks like it's going to be what ends up costing her in Georgia. As I mentioned earlier, back in 2020, Biden ended up winning 83% in Fulton County, which includes Atlanta. And that number just has not budged. Kamala Harris is still stuck at about 72%. So if that ends up holding, that looks like the reason why Harris will not win the state of Georgia, which is disappointing, because in some of these other closer counties that I was keeping an eye on, she is slightly running ahead of where Biden was at in 2020, but it's just been a big underperformance in Fulton County. So that might end up costing Harris in Georgia.
And it looks like she's down again, a little over 200,000 in Pennsylvania right now, with 82% in.
Yeah, let's take a look at Penn. Do we have any hope of?
She's down about 100,000 in Michigan right now.
Well, at least in Philadelphia, they're only at 69% of the vote reported in Philadelphia County. Some of the other suburbs are Now they're starting to report more results. They're about 70, 80%, but
in Michigan, it's only 40. So
yeah, Michigan still a chance there. But obviously, if Trump wins Pennsylvania, it's over. I mean, Harris, unfortunately, wouldn't really have any sort of path to try to win the election unless she ends up turning things around in Pennsylvania, which would require a pretty massive turnaround, being that so many of these suburban counties are starting to report more and more results, and just that overall margin has not budged very much, which maybe goes to your theory that some of these are same-day voters that lean a little bit more towards the Republican side. So we'll keep an eye on what's happening over in Pennsylvania. Here in Minnesota, let's at least get to some good news. Minnesota, Kamala Harris is leading Donald Trump with about 52% of the vote in. She is leading by about 9 percentage points. But we should point out that Hennepin County is almost completely reported. 94% of the vote has been reported in Hennepin County. Although, if this tracker would tell me what county I'm looking at, I think it is... Oh, don't you love it when the computer doesn't cooperate with you here? Dakota County is about 94% in. And I'm blanking right here. What county is St. Paul in? Ramsey County. Yeah, Ramsey County doesn't really have much in right now. They only have 1% of the results in. So still quite a few to be counted, at least in Ramsey County with St. Paul. You're listening to AM950, the progressive voice of Minnesota. It's Bruce Klopfleisch joined along with Brett Johnson. We also have Greg Bakken over in Election Central. Let's go ahead and take another break. We're going to come on back with more election coverage and analysis, maybe some more results to report to you here in Minnesota. Again, stick with us here on AM950.
Hi, AM950 listeners. This is Bruce Klopfleisch, host of Politics Matters. Thanks for tuning into our election night coverage, your voice in action. Why listen to mainstream media's coverage when you can listen to us key in on the races that affect us, as well as the national ones? On my upcoming show, we will discuss the election results. Did Harris win? Did the Democrats retake the House and keep the Senate? Did the Democrats keep control of the Minnesota legislature? What will be the effects of these results on you? Tune into Politics Matters with Bruce Klopfleisch, Sunday at 5 p.m. to find out.
Hey, it's Tom. Let's talk about solar. Not just as a smart choice for clean energy, but as a powerful investment in your future. With All Energy Solar, you get a system that can actually pay for itself in as little as 8 years. And once it's up and running, you're looking at low maintenance and a lot of savings. All Energy Solar has been helping Minnesotans move to clean, affordable energy for over 15 years. They'll work with you to create a personalized energy system, no matter how unique your home or business might be. And All Energy Solar will walk you through every step, from the proposal to design work on your roof, right down to working with your utility company to flip the switch. And they make sure you're saving as much as possible with every rebate and incentive available. So make the switch to solar, cut your energy bills, and do something great for the planet. Book your free solar assessment today at allenergysolar.com. That's allenergysolar.com.
Hi, I'm Peter Solak.
And I'm Adam Ostrowski.
We are here at Woodland Stoves and Fireplaces to talk about the joy of live fire cooking. Cooking over a live fire is the oldest and most basic form of cooking.
What's new is in the way fire is handled and its heat is managed.
It's easier to experience and enjoy the smell and taste of food cooked over a live fire.
Woodland Stoves and Fireplaces sells and installs live fire grills, fire pits, and ovens. Let us help you experience the smell, the taste, the fun of cooking with fire.
Pizza was first made and is still best made in an open fire oven. The radiant and conductive heat of a live fire is unmatched for wood roasting and baking artisan breads too.
Come see the many ways you can cook over a live fire.
Woodland Stoves and Fireplaces has over 35 working wood and gas units on display at the corner of East Franklin and Riverside Avenue in Minneapolis. More information at woodlandstoves.com. Find the fire that works for you. Woodland Stoves and Fireplaces. Out of the ordinary products and services since 1977.
Hi, everyone. Matt McNeil here. Join me on Wednesday's edition of the Matt McNeil Show. Full breakdown of the election results, national races, statewide races. We'll have it all. Jeff Stein will join us. He'll give us his thoughts on the national races, and we'll talk with you as well. 952-946-6205. 952-946-6205 is the phone number. 3 to 5 on your Wednesday afternoon. It's the Matt McNeil Show right here on the Progressive Voice of Minnesota, AM 950.
It is election night coverage on AM 950, your voice in action. Glad to have you with us. Brett Johnson joined by Bruce Klopfleisch. We also have Greg Bakken and Election Stute in Election Central. Might also try to check in with Robert Pilot before the night is over. But yeah, it's been not the greatest of night for Democrats so far. Still is some hope that they can perhaps pull things out in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin with Kamala Harris, but the math is not looking great in Pennsylvania. We'll also try to get you some more Minnesota results before we wrap things up this evening. But before we start doing some more analysis, let's go ahead and turn things back over to Greg Bakken, who is standing by in Election Central.
All right, so let's start with some national news. We've been getting our electoral college results from AP, so it might be a little bit different than some of the other places you've been looking at. Right now, we see Donald Trump with 230 electoral votes, Kamala Harris with 205. And as Brett, as you mentioned earlier, with Donald Trump winning North Carolina, it's just one of those weird things that AP had actually called that about 45 minutes ago. So it's interesting how these, how the projections work differently for each network. Let's go over to the local, and Brett covered on some of these, but we're going to go a little bit of a deeper dive on some of the stuff we hadn't been able to talk about tonight, mainly because the information just wasn't available. So we're going to start over with U.S. Senator. As Brett had mentioned, Amy Klobuchar, Democrat Amy Klobuchar, is still in the lead, 58.72% over Royce White at 37.97%. 45% of the precincts have reported on this. So that's where we're at with that. Going over to results for Senator District 45, as stated earlier, Ann Johnson Stewart won that with 52.3% of the vote over Kathleen Falk, and that's 47.47% on that. Let's take a look at some of the congressional districts. We really haven't talked a whole lot about them tonight. We'll give you what we have. Right now, we are looking at Republican Brad Fidstad ahead of Rachel Bowman, 61.6% over 38.2%. That is for District 1. District 2, we've been watching this all night. Angie Craig, Democrat Angie Craig, 55.7 over Joe Tarab, 41.94% for District 2. District 3, we see that Democrat Kelly Morrison is over Tad Jude, 59.16% over 40.73. That's District 3. Nothing for District 4 yet. District 5, we have Ian Omar, Democrat, 75.54% over Dahlia at 23.37%. District 6, I think this was called very early in the evening. They're still bringing in voting, but Tom Emmer is going to win 65.85 over Gene Hendricks, 33.97%. That's for District 6. District 7, we have Michelle Fischbach. This has been reported earlier. Republican Michelle Fischbach has won over A.J. Peters at 29.77%. And for District 8, we have Pete Stauber at 64.14% over Democratic Jen Schultz at 35.79%. Moving over to Representative District 7B, a long way to go on this one, but we have currently Republican Cal Juarez over Democrat Lori Wanapoulos, 57.51% over 42.29%. We have going over to District 14B, as we've been talking all night, Democrat Dan Wolgamott is 50.11% over Republican Sue Eck at 49.61. That's 95% of the precincts reporting, 19 out of 20. Going on over to Representative District 18A. Republican Erica Schwartz currently is ahead of Jeff Brand. That would be 51.52% over 48.30%. 97.14% of precincts reported in that contest. Results for Representative District 26A, nothing yet. Let's see here. Number of these we do not have as of yet, but we can go over, we talked about earlier, State Representative District 54A. We have Republican Aaron Paul. It's going to win over Brad Tabke, 51% over 4880, 100% in on that. And for State Representative District 14A, that's also 100% all in. We talked about this earlier. Republican Bernie Perryman, 56.31% over Abdi Dassan, which is 43.46%. And with State Representative District 41B, we've been talking 60% of the vote is in on this. And currently, Republican Tom Dipple is 52.52% over Democratic Jen Fox, who's at 47.29%. State Representative District 2A, we have Bedell Duran Jr. at 61% Republican. Democrat Reed Olson is at 38.83%. And finally, State Representative 2B, we have Republican Matt Bliss at 60.81% over Michael Rees. Michael Rees over at 39.12%. Precincts reporting in this contest is only 15.2. Brett, that's what I have for you.
All right. Thank you very much, Greg. So still looks like we don't quite know who's going to hold the majority in the state house, but Republicans are starting to get some pickups, at least on the House side, which is could mean they could take the majority, since it does not look like we will have any DFL pickups of Republican-held seats. So
and they only need 4.
Yeah, they only need 4, and by my count, they've done at least, I think, 3 of them so far. So they are getting close right now when it comes to trying to flip the Minnesota State House of Representatives. Like we mentioned, though, the state Senate looks like it, doesn't look like it will stay in the hands of the DFL, as Ann Johnson Stewart has ended up winning her election against Kathleen Folks. So that's where we stand, at least in terms of the state legislature. If I were to handicap things, I would probably say Republicans have a better than 50-50 chance of taking a majority in the state house, but still early to say, as we have more results that are going to come in throughout the overnight hours. So make sure you keep tuning in for those results. We'll definitely have those tomorrow here on AM 950, as we'll have full election results, and we'll give you a full breakdown of what happened at the state legislature. But it's looking like we very much might have a Republican-controlled state House of Representatives, which would mean a return to divided government here in Minnesota. That creates an interesting dynamic. I don't think I would have seen the day where Democrats would end up picking up seats in a midterm election where they hold the White House, while then losing control of a chamber in a presidential election. Just seems counter from what we normally see in elections, but that very well might be happening.
Yeah, if you're a Democrat, you cannot be happy with the results, either at the state of Minnesota level or at the national level, because this is not going the Democrats' way.
No,
and basically Harris if she loses either Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, it's basically over.
Yeah, and so far in Pennsylvania, they are up to 84% of the vote being reported, and it's they haven't called Pennsylvania yet, but that's going to be a very tough hill for her to climb to try to overtake Trump in Pennsylvania. Michigan, she has a little bit of a better chance, since they only have 44% of the vote in, and as we were talking about with Crute a little while ago, they have 75% of the vote in, and Trump is leading by about 3 percentage points. But as Mike was saying, they do expect a big drop of votes from Milwaukee County in the overnight hours, probably by about 1:30. I don't think you are going to be here at 1:30 covering those results. So you're going to have to do that on your own, or tune into AM 950 tomorrow morning for the Stephanie Miller Show, Santita Jackson. And then, of course, make sure you tune in to our live local programming in the afternoon with Matt McNeil coming up from 3 until 5 o'clock. We'll have Robert Pilot with Native Roots Radio, who will be on from 5 until 6 o'clock, as he'll have more election analysis as well. But that's kind of where we stand right now, where I would say, unfortunately, Donald Trump is probably in the driver's seat when it comes to taking the presidency, but not completely over yet. The Senate does look like it is going to go into a Republican hands. That's the U.S. Senate. The U.S. House. I don't know if I've seen any calls quite yet on the U.S. House. I haven't been tracking that quite as closely as some of the other races, simply because there's just so many seats.
Yeah.
California is going to be the real battleground when it comes to determining who controls the House of Representatives, since there are so many battleground seats out there. So hold out hope that even if Trump does win the presidency, if Democrats can get control of the House of Representatives, that would at least put some guardrails on what he could potentially do. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But make sure you stick with us here on AM 950. No matter what happens, we're going to be with you every step of the way, still providing the best in political analysis, progressive talk. So always make sure you keep tuning into AM 950, even though it looks like tonight is not quite going the way we wanted it to. But we're still going to be here broadcasting at AM 950, so make sure you keep tuning in to us. Well, unless we have any, let's do one more quick refresh and see if we have any more late-breaking news. Otherwise, I think we might be just about taking off for the rest of the evening, at least until tomorrow morning when we're going to be back with some national programming. And like I said, Matt McNeil will be in the afternoon with live and local coverage with the Matt McNeil Show from 3 until 5. Yeah, really haven't seen a whole lot of movement in the presidential races. I just did a refresh. Same on the Senate side.
The House, I got CNN up for the House. 177 for Republicans. They flipped 3 seats. They flipped so far. Democrats 149 so far. You need 218.
Have Democrats flipped any seats yet?
No,
or they have not. Okay, so
No.
it's going to come down to what happens in California if they're going to take control of that chamber, because if Republicans have already flipped 3, they already had a 4-seat majority. So that means Democrats are going to need to pick up at least 7 seats on the West Coast and maybe in Arizona and Nevada. That's a tough lift, but not necessarily impossible. So those results are going to trickle in during the overnight hours, well before or well after we're out of here. But that's what we have for you so far. Not quite the results we wanted here tonight, here with what's been happening in the presidential race and some of the other elections that we've been seeing so far. But do make sure you keep it tuned to AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota. We'll be with you tomorrow. I know, Bruce, you're going to have your own show coming up Sunday at 5 o'clock where you'll have no shortage of topics to talk about with where we potentially could be going as a country.
Right. That's going to sounds like it's going to be a tough show to do.
Yeah, I don't blame you, but make sure you tune in for Politics Matters. Bruce Klopfleisch, that is Sundays at 5 o'clock. And then, of course, Matt McNeil is on weekdays from 3 until 5. Also, make sure you don't miss Native Roots Radio presents I'm Awake. That's weekdays 5 until 6 o'clock. And tomorrow, if you want to get away from all this political news, I would highly recommend tuning into Ghost Box Radio with Greg Bakken, where he is not going to be talking about anything political whatsoever. So we'll be very happy about that. In fact, Greg, why don't you chime in for just 1 second and tell us a little bit about what you're having on your show tomorrow, just to leave us at least on a little bit of an uplifting note, because we need some uplifting news. And I know you at least have a fun show planned tomorrow on Ghost Box Radio.
I do, and that's it's just Randy West. We had Randy West on the program when I covered for Matt McNeil, and Randy used to be the host of the voiceover for The Price is Right, and he's going to come on tomorrow, and we're going to share some of Hollywood's dirty laundry. Let's put it that way, real quality stuff. You know, he wrote this book about kind of like feuds and things in Hollywood. And my biggest question is Gavin MacLeod's picture is on the front of the front cover of the book. I want to know what Gavin MacLeod did wrong. That's really what I want to find out tomorrow, because from everything I've always heard, he's a nice guy. He was Captain Steubing from The Love Boat, for goodness sake. So, I mean, that's so, and we're not going to talk any politics tomorrow. We're just going to exist. Let's just put it that way.
I think exist is a good way to put it. So you have been listening to AM 950, the progressive voice of Minnesota, your voice in action as part of our election coverage. We're going to go ahead and wrap things up for the evening and send you back into regularly scheduled programming with the Randy Rose Show in just a few minutes. But again, make sure you tune into AM 950 tomorrow for more election analysis. So stick with us here on AM 950, and we'll talk to you then.
This is Chad, owner of AM950. Recently, I had a large order of custom designed t-shirts that needed to be turned